Hey, tea sippers. Hey, hey, hey. Whew, Lord. Happy evening. It is evening, isn't it? I am so sorry. I need my tea so I have no problem waiting. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. But I am trying to get this show on the road, and it just keeps taking a turn after a turn after a turn. So I'm gonna start out. I don't know how I want to start. I don't know if I want to start where we left off, showing Hillary Clinton and her take on it, or do I need to start with Candace breakdown? I think I want to. I think I want to start with the manipulation. But I wanted to show you guys Candace because, and I just want to thank goodness for her. Thank God for her. Uh, however, however she got here, she here now, right? And we're gonna let her break it down. We're going to hear her perspective, but it's interesting to me. It's kind of telltale that we seeing Hillary after finding out, and we know she in the Epstein files, uh, and her and Ghislaine Maxwell were pretty tight. That came out in some of Ghislaine's uh, conversation when they went to the jail to talk to her. Because I was interested, it was interesting to me that Chelsea popped up in there. So I'm showing y'all Candace, but we're about to go in here again and you know, why Hillary was chastising young folk for their misunderstanding, a lack of knowledge of this fake Israel. Okay? Is that all right with y'all? Is that all right? I'm late, so I need to I need to check with y'all to see if that's all right. Oh, I messed the whole picture up doing this. So bear with me. Boy, I tell you, I got some sleep today. I had every intention on coming back, but Ida's caught me and laid me down, and whoo, and then I was trying to watch this Diddy stuff, 50 Cent stuff, and I'm still disappointed even in the outcome of that. And I just see, from what I was able to watch, I see the black version to some degree of what's going on in Diddy. Because Diddy was definitely groomed. But I just don't necessarily know that he was already, I think he was already groomed before he got re-groomed in the industry. But I'm going to continue to watch that. Let's pick up right here.
Actually Jews, while at the same
No, no.
time
Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, no, no. That's not where I was ready to go. Oh, baby Candace. She gonna teach us something. If we don't learn nothing, we gonna learn something today. Okay? Let's start here. This is where I left off. With old girl. I can hear it in her voice. Yeah, AunTeaFee. This is. I guess I had to get all type of sleep for this one. I didn't really realize how tired I was. I went to sleep on is it called Reckless or whatever that Diddy stuff is. I went to sleep on it. Lord, okay, let's go.
Clear that Hillary Clinton is the political version.
Oh yeah, hold on. Why does this keep doing this? Because this is funny. This is the funniest I've heard her say. You know she got. Why is it so big? We know she got jokes. Her her sarcasm is kind of epic sometimes, but baby, this right here finna be funny. Let's go, y'all.
I want to make it very clear that Hillary Clinton is the political version of a prostitute. Her values don't exist. I don't even know what her values are because everything we bought with Hillary Clinton.
More than 50% of young people in America get their news from social media. They are seeing short form videos.
Look how he's looking at the audience.
Totally made up. Some of them not at all representing what they claim to be.
He's not even looking at her.
And that's where they get their information.
Well, the unpopular former presidential candidate who lost both bids for the White House and blamed everyone from the deplorables to Russia for it, thinks the youths are too stupid to realize how great Israel really is. That's what she was saying at some conference she was at recently. And there is more from this embarrassing commentary. Why don't we take a look at that? And then we'll look at reality, since Hillary Clinton pretends like she cares about it.
They were getting their information from social media, particular claim to be
Hey, Purple
showing.
Flower.
And that's where they get their information.
Janet, who else I miss?
Well, the unpopular former presidential candidate who lost both bids for the White House and blamed everyone from the deplorables to Russia for it, thinks the youths are too stupid to realize how great Israel really is. That's what she was saying at some conference she was at recently. And there is more from this embarrassing commentary. Why don't we take a look at that? And then we'll look at reality, since Hillary Clinton pretends like she cares about it.
They were getting their information from social media, particularly TikTok. That is where they were learning about what happened on October 7th, what happened in the days, weeks, and months to follow. That's a serious problem. It's a serious problem for democracy, whether it's Israel.
Now, I'm going to say this. This is the best I done seen her look ever. I mean, if I'm going to be honest, this is the most feminine I've seen her. I guess she's trying to keep her husband at home. I don't know. But this is the best I've seen her. But double tap, y'all. It's 100 people in here, 8 minutes in. Only 11 likes, and those likes was there when I got here. So, double tap. Get the likes up. Let's go. But, yeah. Oh, y'all see the Star of David? What is that? Hold on. What is that? Let me let y'all see that star back there. Yeah. David, Israel, emergency. Oh, they have an emergency. Oh, what's the 911? So Israel having a 911 crisis? Is that what I'm hearing? Is that what I'm seeing? A crisis of Israel. Yeah. Oh, this is going to be fun, T. Let's go.
The United States, and it's a serious problem for our young people. When you would try to talk to them to engage in some kind of reasonable discussion, it was very difficult because they did not know history. They had very little context.
Well, that's what
And what they
whitewashing
were
do.
being told on social media was not just one-sided, it was pure propaganda. And so when you think about how to tell Israel's story, and it's important, it's not just looking internally, it's looking externally, and particularly looking at young people, because, you know, it's not just the usual suspects. It is a lot of young Jewish Americans who don't know the history and don't understand.
My energy bill dropped from $150 to $50 by doing this. My friends laughed at me
Oh,
when I
that's
spent
Botox.
$49
Oh,
on
okay.
Oh, those are bad Jews. They're bad Jews because they don't believe the nonsense propaganda coming from a genocidal state that they disagree with, and that would be the foreign nation state of Israel. Those individuals, by the way, that she just decided to excoriate because they're not the proper type of Jews, are heroes. They're amazing people, because for all the grief that we here at TYT might get
Right,
for
Purple
being as
Flower.
critical of Israel as we are, I know and I have seen how Jews in this country are treated by members of their own families if they dare speak out against what Netanyahu and the Israeli government has been up to, not just over the last 2 years, but for decades now. So she says, you know, we got to put things into context. You know, I'm going to go ahead and still whine about TikTok, even though I know that Larry Ellison, the single largest donor to the IDF, purchased TikTok and has been engaged in a purge of anyone on that platform that dares speak out against Israel. But I'm still going to whine about TikTok, and I'm going to continue to pretend as though, you know, the real problem here is misinformation and propaganda. You know, these kids just don't know what they're doing. And she's really salty about the fact that, shockingly, she's teaching a course at Columbia, which reinforces the notion that colleges have become a scam, honestly. But she's teaching a course over at Columbia. And
Not all
some
of 'em.
students are
Not the
asking
black
her
ones.
difficult questions. And what do you do when you were a pathetic politician who started off with correct opinions on what's happening in the Middle East, and then you got shellacked by the Israel lobby, and then suddenly changed your mind, especially when you started running for office? So let's talk a little bit about history. Hillary Clinton purports to like it. I love history. So one of my favorite books, and I make no secret about it, is The Israel Lobby, which was written by John Mearsheimer and Stephen Walt. And in it, it really does talk about, just as relevant today as it was when it was written in the early aughts, it's really about just how influential these lobbying groups really are. And they do cover Hillary Clinton and how she devolved as a human being as a result of the Israel lobby. So this is an excerpt from the book. Let's go ahead and read it. Hillary Clinton, whose support for Palestinian statehood in 1998 and public embrace of Suha Arafat, wife of Yasser Arafat, in 1999, provoked strong criticism from groups in the Israel lobby. So her big offense, if you're wondering what she said that upset them so much, and remember, this is as the Oslo Accord negotiations are taking place. She said at the time that it would be in the long-term interest of peace in the Middle East for there to be a state of Palestine, a functioning modern state that is on the same footing as other states, which I think is probably the least controversial thing I've heard in a long time from her mouth. But she didn't say that today. She said that back in the 1990s. Then she gets the backlash from the Israel lobby, and then suddenly Clinton became an ardent defender of Israel once she began running for office herself, and she now gets strong backing, including financial support from pro-Israel organizations and individuals. After Clinton appeared at a pro-Israel rally in July of 2006 and expressed strong support for Israel's highly destructive war against Lebanon, Helen Friedman, executive director of the hardline Americans for a Safe Israel, declared, "I thought her remarks were very good, especially in light of her history. And we can't forget her kiss to Suha." So I want to make it very clear that Hillary Clinton is the political version of a prostitute. Her values don't exist.
She only
I don't
doing
even
it
know
for
what
money.
her values are because everything can be bought with Hillary Clinton.
Mm,
I want to run for a Senate seat, so I'm going to go from advocating for a Palestinian state to getting down on my knees and pleasuring the Israel lobby so they give me the money that I want to run for office.
So does that mean Trump was a prostitute when he got down on his knees begging Bill, please, please? I mean, so they prostituting, huh? Oh, so they get down on their knees. Oh, so they a hoe. You know they a hoe. How do you know? Cause she told you so. They a hoe. You know they a hoe. I'm loving it. Let's go, hoes.
her values don't exist. I don't even know what her values are because everything can be bought with Hillary Clinton. I want to run for a Senate seat, so I'm going to go from advocating for a Palestinian state to getting down on my knees and pleasuring the Israel lobby so they give me the money that I want to run for office. And on top of that, I don't have to worry about them attacking me and making it a little more difficult for me to win the election. That's who Hillary Clinton is. Does she like that history? That's not a TikTok video. That's real life. Let's give you a little more real life here. So, let's see what Israel has been up to. Because, look, she's right. I want to make sure that people are fully informed about what Israel is up to. I don't want them to simply rely on short form videos on social media. So let me add to it by giving you a lengthier argument and some news about what's been going on lately. So let's start with the torture of Palestinian hostages and the individuals that they have detained over at Israel without any charges, any trial, meaning they are hostages. So with that in mind, let's take a look.
Israel has now returned 195 bodies as part of the ceasefire deal. They are so badly decomposed that just a quarter have been identified. A grisly and heart-rending job for the local forensics team. With all Gaza's specialist labs destroyed by war, they must do the job by hand. Doctors say many of the bodies bear signs of torture, abuse, and execution. This man died blindfolded. Another with his hands bound behind his back.
There was decomposition in the bodies. There were also gunshots on the chest and head, in addition to fractures in the skull and legs.
Nida has found her father's body. She can't believe what she's seeing.
The bodies were mutilated and showed clear signs of torture, including my father, whose arms were amputated, with torture marks on his legs. He was in terrible condition, so I had to identify him from his clothes, his teeth, and an old scar on his forehead.
Every month, this Airbnb pays me $2,700 in semi-passive income. Now, here's the thing. I don't own it, and I don't pay any rent. And here's the best part. You can actually do this too. It doesn't even matter where you live, even if you're in a boring little town where almost no one travels to. And if you think I'm in here every single day, changing sheets, cleaning up after people, and messaging people on the Airbnb app all day long, think again. So the question is this: how did I do it? Through a new method called Airbnb co-listing in conjunction with Craigslist. Let me show you how it works. Step number 1, go to Craigslist for your local market and click on the housing category. Step number 2, click on this button to see the oldest listings for rent. Step number 3, find a property that's been sitting empty for at least 20 days or longer, because that means that the landlord is losing money and needs your help. Step number 4, copy the address, paste it into the Airbnb Analyzer app, and click this big blue button. The Airbnb Analyzer app shows that this property can potentially generate 2.3 times the long-term rental rate. Now, using the method I just showed you, let me show you one of my Airbnb profiles that has 13 of my listings. As you can see right here, here's an example of one of those listings, and here's the receipts. This is how much I made last month. Now, for transparency, I'm going to hit refresh.
Oh, I don't know what just happened. Hold on. I guess they didn't like that y'all wasn't getting the likes up. I don't know. I don't know what that was.
Seeing.
The bodies were mutilated and showed clear signs of torture, including my father, whose arms were amputated, with torture marks on his legs. He was in terrible condition, so I had to identify him from his clothes, his teeth, and an old scar
I don't
on
know
his
where
forehead.
this is at.
Imagine witnessing a parent's corpse looking like that, knowing that it's been tortured like that. And that's just one anecdote, one story. One woman who had to witness her father's body in that type of condition.
Hold on.
Now, there are literal teenagers, Palestinian teenagers, who have experienced the torture. They've seen the torture firsthand. And the 15-year-old that you're about to hear from in this PBS NewsHour piece, it's not a TikTok video, Hilary. It's not a TikTok video. He's going to explain how
okay, let me back it up. And now you spin it.
Abs destroyed by war. They must do the job by hand.
Like that history, that's not a TikTok video. That's real life. Let's give you a little more real life here. So, let's see what Israel has been up to. Because, look, she's right. I want to make sure that people are fully informed about what Israel is up to. I don't want them to simply rely on short-form videos on social media. So let me add to it by giving you a lengthier argument and some news about what's been going on lately. So let's start with the torture of Palestinian hostages and the individuals that they have detained over in Israel without any charges, any trial, meaning they are hostages. So with that in mind, let's take a look.
Israel has now returned 195 bodies as part of the ceasefire deal. They are so badly decomposed that just a quarter have been identified. A grisly and heart-rending job for the local forensics team. With all Gaza's specialist labs destroyed by war, they must do the job by hand. Doctors say many of the bodies bear signs of torture, abuse, and execution. This man died blindfolded. Another with his hands bound behind his back.
There was decomposition in the bodies. There were also gunshots on the chest and head, in addition to fractures in the skull and legs.
Nida has found her father's body. She can't believe what she's seeing.
The bodies were mutilated and showed clear signs of torture, including my father, whose arms were amputated, with torture marks on his legs. He was in terrible condition, so I had to identify him from his clothes, his teeth, and an old scar on his forehead.
Imagine witnessing a parent's corpse looking like that, knowing that it's been tortured like that. And that's just one anecdote, one story. One woman who had to witness her father's body in that type of condition. Now, there are literal teenagers, Palestinian teenagers, who have experienced the torture. They've seen the torture firsthand. And the 15-year-old that you're about to hear from in this PBS NewsHour piece, it's not a TikTok video, Hilary. It's not a TikTok video. He's going to explain how he was not only arrested 3 separate times without charge. While he was detained, he saw horrors that he's about to describe. Take a look at that.
Adel, whose name we've changed to protect his identity, is just 15. He's been arrested 3 times since he was 13, and last year was shot in the legs by an Israeli soldier, needing multiple surgeries. He says after October 7th, the child managers meant to monitor their treatment in jail were dismissed, and new guards raided their cells nightly.
They took us out to the yard and went into the cells, where they took all our clothes and left nothing. Later, they started invading the adult department, where they beat and tortured them. One prisoner was sick, and the other prisoners started calling for a doctor to help him. But the guards came inside, and started hitting him to wake him up. Instead of getting a doctor, they beat him up. He died.
Yeah. Modern day Nazis. Modern day Nazis. Oh, is that offensive? Let me keep going then. So that was reporting from last month. But now there's been a new UN report in regard to torture that's being used as a weapon of war by the Israelis. This is one of the headlines covering it. Israel has de facto state policy of organized torture, says UN report. Committee highlights allegations including dog attacks and sexual violence, which we have actually seen on surveillance footage, raising concern about impunity for war crimes. Well, Israel has always been met with impunity because, unfortunately, Israel has complete control of the U.S. government, and as a result, the U.S. government continues to provide cover for Israel's war crimes at the UN, especially when there are UN Security Council votes to sanction Israel, and the U.S. immediately comes in and vetoes it. So let's get into the details of this report and what it indicates. And is this a lengthy enough video for Hillary Clinton, or is this also considered short form TikTok misinformation? So the report, the UN Committee on Torture expressed deep concern over allegations of repeated severe beatings, dog attacks, electrocution, waterboarding, use of prolonged stress positions, and sexual violence. The report also said that Palestinian detainees were humiliated by being made to act like animals or being urinated on, were systematically denied medical care and subject to excessive use of restraints, in some cases resulting in amputation.
The truth is, not every child gets the chance to go to the movies.
Yeah, she want us to know this, or do she not want us to know this? The misinformation.
Now, let me ask you guys something. I'm genuinely curious. You know, those accounts like StopAntisemitism.com think that people like Miss Rachel are causing hatred in this country. Oh, the anti-Semitism is a result of people like Miss Rachel humanizing Palestinian children who have lost their limbs as a result of Israel's atrocities in Gaza. I would argue, though,
and it's their fault
that maybe Israel's
that they lost their
actions
limbs
are the problem here. Just curious what you all think, because you read more details about this report, and what human rights activists in Israel have to say. And how do you deny it? And this is why every time I find myself on a debate with some pro-Israel person, these days it's usually a 2v1 situation, as it was today on Piers Morgan's show. I just love it. I love it. They always have like 2 or 3 pro-Israel people, and then me. And I still crush them. You want to know why? I'm not some amazing debater. I'm not a genius. There's nothing special about me at all. I just care about the truth. And when you have the truth on your side, your debate skills don't matter. And they just keep repeating and regurgitating the exact same ridiculous arguments. Their debate muscle has totally atrophied. They're fatigued. They don't know what to do. Because for the longest time, due to the fact that our media here would serve as gatekeepers, protecting the Israelis and their narrative, they've never really had to be confronted with actual arguments. Now that they never have a response other than just denying it or blaming Hamas.
Anti-Semitic.
It's really amazing stuff.
Semite.
So this part of the report was, I mean, you know that it was happening, you know that it's still happening, but it's still hard to read about it. So the UN report draws attention to the high proportion of children who are currently detained without charge or on remand, noting the age of criminal responsibility imposed by Israel is 12 years old. 12.
Hi, Andrew.
And that children younger than 12 have also been detained. It's sick. This is so sick. And of course, people have died. The report reveals that 75 Palestinians have died in detainment over the last 2 years of this genocide. And it also found the death toll to be abnormally high and appears to have exclusively affected the Palestinian detainee population. It notes that to date, no state officials have been held responsible or accountable for such deaths. And that's one of the greatest injustices. I mean, when you see that these individuals who are carrying out such vile acts are met with impunity, it makes you want to give up, but you can't give up. You can't, because allowing this to stand, being an ally to a country that carries this out,
Yeah, and I just don't
is
like
not a good look for America, for our country, for the American people. And I know that most Americans are waking up to this, and that's what has people like Hillary Clinton so upset. So that's what gives me a little bit of hope, because as you read these devastating
Don't
stories,
y'all agree we waking up?
and in my darkest moments, when I feel like there is no hope, there's never going to be justice, let's move on, I just remember the fact that there are Americans across the political spectrum who are finally waking up to what's going on here. So Israel also slaughtered yet another journalist in Gaza. By the way, they're still not allowing international journalists into the Gaza Strip to do independent reporting. The only journalists who are allowed in are absolute suckers who are being led by IDF soldiers. But nonetheless, they have killed a photojournalist by the name of Mahmoud Wadi, whose life was robbed from him by IDF soldiers carrying out a drone strike on his tent.
Wow.
Dropsite News reports that Wadi was known for his drone footage on social media that showed everyone the extent of the destruction in the Gaza Strip. So clearly the Israelis were not happy about that. And he also showed just the massive tent encampments that have taken over Gaza as a result of nearly every residential building being destroyed. And I want you to hear from Dave DeCamp from antiwar.com, kind of presenting this story and giving you more details about it. Take a look.
So a Palestinian photojournalist was...
Oh, wow. I'm sorry.
Here's my question. When you think about trading the stock market, you think about trading from 9:30 a.m.
I was trying to
to
move
4
it.
p.m. because that's what most...
We're going to talk about...
Let me go back. My fault. I don't know who those people are.
Just the massive tent encampments that have taken over Gaza as a result of nearly every residential building being destroyed. And I want you to hear from Dave DeCamp from antiwar.com, kind of presenting this story and giving you more details about it. Take a look.
So a Palestinian photojournalist was killed by an Israeli drone attack in Khan Yunis, southern Gaza on Tuesday as the IDF continues to violate the U.S.-backed ceasefire deal. Mahmoud Wadi was known for his drone photography.
The ceasefire was fake.
And he was killed while in an area outside of the Israeli-controlled side of the Yellow Line, medical sources told Turkey's Anadolu agency. And that's what family members said as well. His father must have been nearby. He described what it felt like when the strike hit his tent. And you see this picture here from his funeral. He has the press vest. So this is Wadi's father, Issam. He told Anadolu, quote, "I never expected to lose Mahmoud, his tent." And you see this picture here from his funeral.
Press, U.S. press.
He has the press vest. So this is Wadi's father, Issam. He told Anadolu, quote, "I never expected to lose Mahmoud, who is not just my son but a friend, as he grew up in a photography studio. Mahmoud was photographing in a safe area, but the Israelis respect no pledges or promises. Their entire life is treachery and deceit."
And we back
Imagine
in
witnessing your own son getting killed by a drone strike in his tent.
Mm-hmm.
The Israeli military has killed over 260 journalists and media workers in Gaza over the past 2 years in what is the deadliest conflict, genocide, for journalists in modern history. And that's not TikTok, Hilary. Again, that's real life. In addition to that, the Associated Press reported that the Israeli military killed another Palestinian near the Bourji near a refugee camp in central Gaza. Okay, so there is no ceasefire. They just wanted us to stop talking about it.
Right.
And I'm not going to do that. We're going to keep talking about it, and we're going to keep covering these atrocities. And Larry Ellison can go ahead and buy TikTok. But the fact of the matter is, you can't really change people's minds by trying to silence them and trying to silence people they trust to do accurate reporting on what's happening right now. And I'll just end on one more data point, because I don't want this to be memory hold. Remember when Israeli publications obtained leaked IDF data about the casualties in Gaza? If you do remember, great. If you don't, let me remind you. Israeli army database suggests at least 83% of Gaza dead were civilians. That was reported by 972 magazine. That's an Israeli paper.
Yeah, so they wasn't fighting.
For May reveals Israel believed it had killed some 8,900 militants in its attacks on Gaza, indicating a portion of civilian slaughter with few parallels in modern warfare, a joint investigation finds. Hillary Clinton is a depraved, pathetic, sad
individual. So look right here. Before I go on, over here, this young man right here. Hold on, I'm gonna let y'all hear. I'm gonna let y'all hear for yourself before I go in any further. I mean, since Miss Hilary said nobody is educated. Oh, she denied genocide. Okay. Well, hold on.
Life and destroyed everything I was. I can't anymore. I am ruined and devastation. I did things that cannot be. October 7th, the date that ruined my life and destroyed everything I was. I can't anymore. I am ruined and devastation. I did things that cannot be forgiven. And I can't live with it anymore. No one understands me anyway. There is a I wonder what he thinks he did that can't be forgiven.
He did something.
So a bit of sad news, or maybe not for you. There's an IDF soldier offed himself, and he made a Facebook post about how screwed up he is
for doing
serving in the Israeli bombing, and what everybody's saying is a genocide in Gaza. So I'll read this to you.
Hilary says not.
It says Lithuanian Israeli officer who served in Gaza ended his life and wrote on Facebook before doing so, October 7th, the date that ruined my life and destroyed everything I was. I can't anymore. I am ruined and devastation. I did things that cannot be forgiven. And I can't live with it anymore. No one understands me anyway. There is a I wonder what he thinks he did that can't be forgiven. So there might be a twist to this. So let's read the rest of it. There's a demon inside me that has been chasing me since October 7th. Please forget me and remember the Thomas, who was an officer and a sniper. So he wants to be remembered as an officer and a sniper commander. Isn't that weird? That he would then off himself? Because
I guess to justify what he did.
That cannot be forgiven? Huh. But he still wants to be remembered as an officer. And isn't that weird? Right? So what is he trying to be for? Anyway, so
he want to act like he did it for the country. His country.
That Thomas died on October 7th. I am only a soul searching for peace. For 2 years now, I haven't been able to live with myself. He was a Lithuanian Israeli named Thomas Adzagakas. And this is from Haaretz, Hebrew Media. But it's from Warfare Analysis Twitter account. So he wants to be remembered as a sniper commander. That's something to be proud of, right? Don't they snipe children? So Sia says, well, he finally killed a terrorist. Raj says, a sniper commander? I guess he didn't think sniping kids will come back to haunt him. Still, if he was truly sorry about what he did, he would have exposed the whole thing instead of taking his life. Right? This guy says, the hard truth says, he probably talking about the Hannibal directive. they massacred their own people on October 7th. So is that what he's talking about?
Well, he said
That
the
he
7th.
and he massacred his own people on October 7th? Is that what he's talking about? That he was one of those guys who was told to kill his own people? Is that what this is, the stuff he can't be forgiven for? Because he wants to be remembered as an IDF sniper and commander.
Are you
But they
researching
acted
dental
like it
implants?
ain't no
There's a lot of dental
genocide.
offices
Ain't
that'll
nothing
talk
wrong.
about doing
It's
their
all
teeth
good
implanting
in the
process. A
neighborhood.
lot of
Sniper and commander.
Hey,
The
Mimi.
guy before October 7th. So maybe doesn't that seem plausible that maybe he can't live with himself because if he had to take part of the Hannibal directive? I don't know, but that sounds very plausible. Sounds more plausible.
Okay. I'll watch the rest later. Let's move over. Let me see which one is the longest. How old is this? Let's just go here. Let's jump on into Candace.
Protecting the pedophile elites. They do this over and over again. That's what ADL exists for. They absolutely hate Catholics because Catholics know that this has been going on forever, okay? Many moons ago, before they decided to establish Israel as a country, I know you've read like the short version in a classroom, and it was like, oh, the Holocaust happened, and then we realized that Israel needs a state. No, that's not how it went down. That's not how it went down at the F all, okay? Catholics and Christians were going missing on Passover. They're playing people that are actually Jews while at the same time protecting the pedophile elites. They do this over and over again. That's what ADL exists for. They absolutely hate Catholics because Catholics know that this has been going on forever, okay? Many moons ago, before they decided to establish Israel as a country, I know you've read like the short version in a classroom, and it was like, oh, the Holocaust happened, and then we realized that Israel needs a state. No, that's not how it went down. That's not how it went down at the F all, okay? Catholics and Christians were going missing on Passover, and then they would find bodies, okay, across Europe, and they were able to trace them back to Jews. Blood libel. They weren't Jews, okay? These were Frankists. And so just like Leo Frank killed Mary Fagin on Passover back in 1913 or 1914, I can't remember the exact dates, he did it during Passover for a reason. This Frankist cult, which is masquerading behind Jews, still
masquerading behind what? Pews? Like the church?
Again, on Passover back in 1913 or 1914, I can't remember the exact dates. He did it during Passover for a reason. This Frankish cult, which is masquerading behind Jews, still participates in this to this day.
Candace Owens has recently faced significant criticism for her videos about Israel. Some people have dismissed her claims outright without trying to refute them, while others have accepted her message without critically evaluating it. My goal is to take a balanced approach by seriously considering her arguments and then offering a response.
Okay.
First, I want to emphasize that it's entirely legitimate to criticize the state of Israel if the criticism is based on truth. Israel, like any other nation, is not beyond reproach. The real question is whether Candace's claims hold up under scrutiny. The same principle applies to Jewish individuals. If someone has done something worthy of criticism, approach, the real question is whether Candace's claims hold up under scrutiny. First, I want to emphasize that it's entirely legitimate to criticize the state of Israel if the criticism is based on truth. Israel, like any other nation, is not beyond reproach. The real question is whether Candace's claims hold up under scrutiny. The same principle applies to Jewish individuals. If someone has done something worthy of criticism, they can be criticized, just like anyone else. Criticism alone is not inherently anti-Semitic.
Okay.
It's important to remember that the burden of proof lies with Candace to prove her assertions. If she claims, for example, that unicorns live on Mars, it's her responsibility to provide evidence for that claim, not ours to disprove it. With that in mind, let's dive into her statements and examine them critically.
I am so sick of the cowardice, okay? I shouldn't even say it frustrates me. It just downright just makes me realize how much we have lost what it means to be a real man in society. The fact that I am a woman, okay, and I am the person that is saying this, okay, the fact that there are so many conservative commentators who pretend that they're so brave because they're talking about like what happened in the latest Trump thing, blah, blah, and then on the topic of pedophilia, they're mum, okay?
Yep.
I should not be the only one calling out how many times Zionists defend pedophiles and criminals. This is not normal, okay? Why does Israel allow pedophiles from America
They only
to
defend
flee and receive protection
Jewish
from their state?
Israel, like other
criminals.
countries, has laws in place to
If you are
protect children
not
from sexual
Jewish,
abuse
you do not
and to
get a
prosecute
pass.
those who commit such crimes. Its legal and judicial systems are designed to address and punish criminal behavior, including pedophilia. However, there have been instances where individuals accused or convicted of sexual offenses have fled to Israel, sometimes using the law of return, which grants Jews the right.
They've been convicted and do what, y'all? Y'all hear this? They flee to Israel. That's where Epstein is. So that's a whole thing. That's a whole rite of passage. That's where they at. That's where Trump gonna try to go. That's where Ghislaine Maxwell, if she gets pardoned, that's where they gonna go. That's their way out.
Sexual offenses have fled to Israel, sometimes using the law of return, including pedophilia. However, there have been instances where individuals accused or convicted of sexual offenses have fled to Israel, sometimes using the law of return, which grants Jews the right to immigrate to Israel. This can lead to complex legal and diplomatic situations, especially if the individual is wanted for crimes in another country. In such cases, Israel has extradition treaties with many nations and has cooperated with foreign governments to extradite individuals
Floyd Mayweather got a PDF.
Sexual offenses. The Israeli legal system is generally expected to uphold justice
situation,
and not protect those who commit crimes, including pedophilia. As with any legal matter, it's crucial to consider the specific legal context and actions taken by both Israeli authorities and the international community in each situation, rather than making sweeping generalization.
Why are we, the country that's funding their bullshit, okay, not allowed to extradite?
Oh, this is when she got her teeth done.
Okay, does anybody have any answer? Anybody like, oh no, that's totally normal. It makes total sense. Like, Candace, even asking the question is anti-Semitic. Like, no, guys, there's like a problem here that we can't get our pedophiles back from a nation that we've given billions of dollars to. That doesn't make sense. Why would you want, as a small nation that is the size of New Jersey, okay, why would you want the pedophiles to flee there?
As I previously mentioned, the United States has successfully...
And guess who is one of the... They have a rite of passage. That's where they're going, y'all.
New Jersey, okay, why would you want the pedophiles to flee there?
As I previously mentioned, the United States has successfully extradited individuals from Israel, including those accused of serious crimes such as sexual offenses. However, the process of extradition between the US and Israel can be complex for several reasons. Legal challenges, such as disputes over evidence or questions about the applicability of the treaty to a specific case, can cause delays. Israel's law of return, which grants Jewish people the right to immigrate to Israel and obtain citizenship,
the law of return,
can also complicate extradition if the accused person becomes an Israeli citizen. Some countries, including Israel, may be more protective of their own citizens, which can further complicate the extradition process. Nonetheless, Israel has extradited its citizens in cases of serious crimes when legal requirements are met. In some instances, extradition may be challenged on grounds of potential human rights violations, such as concerns that the individual would not receive a fair trial or might face inhumane treatment in the requesting country. These factors can delay or complicate the extradition process, but none of this suggests that the United States is unable to extradite pedophiles from Israel.
Like, why would you want the pedophiles to be procreating? Unless the nation of Israel may have been established by some Frankists. And it's looking like Theodore Herzl's family was from the exact same area in Moravia and in Bohemia where the Frankist cult was founded. Crazy. When you get into his family, that, like, maybe Theodore Herzl, who wrote in a book that he didn't care how many Jews had to die for him to get the state of Israel, like, maybe he was not actually a Torah-worshipping Jew. Like, I don't know. I'm just throwing out some ideas here. And by throwing out some ideas, I mean I've read a ton of books and I figured it out, okay?
Was Israel established by Frankists? I haven't seen any concrete evidence to support this claim. The modern state of Israel was primarily the result of the Zionist movement, which began in the late 19th century. This movement aimed to create a Jewish homeland in response to centuries of persecution, including the horrors of the Holocaust during World War I, though the movement started long before that. The Frankists were
You just don't
followers
know.
of
You
Jacob
don't know.
Frank,
I know a pedo.
an 18th century Jewish leader who claimed to be the reincarnation of the self-proclaimed Messiah Sabbatai Zevi. The Frankist movement was a controversial mystical sect that significantly deviated from mainstream Judaism, advocating for antinomian beliefs and practices. However, the Frankists were a small fringe group with no significant political power or influence on the global stage, let alone on the establishment of Israel. Israel was officially established in 1948, following a United Nations partition plan and a subsequent war of independence.
See, that's the part that blows my mind. How can people think that this is biblical? This is a Christian movement that was created in 1948. That just blows my mind. That right there blows my mind. Yeah.
Israel's creation was led by figures such as Theodore Herzl and Chaim Weizmann, who were motivated by the desire for a national homeland for the Jewish people. As for the claim that Theodore Herzl was a Frankist, I haven't seen any historical evidence or reason to suggest this. Herzl and Frank did not come from the same region. They lived in Israel's creation.
Say what now?
Was led by figures such as Theodore Herzl and Chaim Weizmann, who were motivated by the desire for a national homeland for the Jewish people. As for the claim that Theodore Herzl was a Frankist, I haven't seen any historical evidence or reason to suggest this. Herzl and Frank did not come from the same region. They lived in different parts of Central and Eastern Europe, even if some of Herzl's ancestors had come from the same area as Jacob Frank. This would be highly circumstantial at best. The suggestion is as tenuous as assuming someone is connected to a serial killer simply because they come from the same town. Furthermore, there is no credible evidence that Herzl ever wrote or expressed indifference to the loss of Jewish lives in the pursuit of a Jewish state. On the contrary, Herzl was deeply concerned about the safety and well-being of the Jewish people, which was a primary motivation for his advocacy for a Jewish state. Claims that he was indifferent to Jewish lives are rooted in misinformation, distortions, or misrepresentations of his work. Candace Owens has claimed to have read many books to support her conclusions, but it's important to remember that books can contain misinformation.
Absolutely.
It's not enough to simply read. Critical examination of the content is crucial, and it doesn't seem that she has done this effectively.
I am just, like, so over the idea that Israel is our ally and friend. If another person says that stupid statement, I'm going to personally punch you in the face. I am. It's going to be me. That's a joke. Don't take this video off of Twitter. Wink. But like, I cannot stand the people that sound like bots, the spineless cowards, and I'm calling out all of you men. Everybody who has a check mark and also has a penis and has not said anything about Israel protecting pedophiles or has said the statement like, you know, our friend and ally, and but can't justify a statement. I'm talking specifically to you. So if you're sitting there wondering, you're like, hey, I have a check mark and I'm a guy, I have a penis, and I've never said, I'm talking to you. Yeah, it's definitely you. Like, I'm talking directly to you, okay? So we've got this friend and ally, and we're not allowed to ask questions about JFK's shooting. Or the USS Liberty.
Are you? Yeah.
Yeah.
There doesn't appear to be any credible evidence supporting the claim that Israel was involved in the assassination of President Kennedy. The assassination of Jeff in Dallas, Texas, on November 22, 1963, has been extensively investigated, with the official investigation by the Warren Commission concluding that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone. There is no substantive evidence linking Israel or any other foreign government to the assassination. Claims involving Israel's involvement are generally speculative and lack support from historical documentation or critical research. Therefore, it is up to Candace Owens to provide credible evidence for her assertions rather than merely making claims. Regarding the U.S. Liberty, Israel was indeed involved in its attack. On June 8, 1967, during the Six-Day War between Israel and its neighboring Arab states, Israeli forces attacked the U.S. Liberty, a U.S. Navy intelligence ship. The attack resulted in the deaths of 34 American sailors and injuries to many others. This incident has been a subject of controversy and debate. Israel has consistently maintained that the attack was a tragic case of mistaken identity, believing the U.S. Liberty was an enemy ship amidst the intense and chaotic military operations during the war. After realizing the mistake, Israel quickly apologized and paid compensation to the families of the victims and to the U.S. government. Multiple investigations conducted by the U.S. government, including inquiries by the U.S. government, including inquiries by the U.S. Navy and the National Security Agency, have generally supported Israel's explanation, concluding that the attack was unintentional and the result of confusion and misidentification.
The Mossad there on the day that JFK was shot. The arguments that he was having in the days preceding with their prime minister, still classified. Okay, we're never going to know what they were arguing about. And then Jacob Rubenstein shoots the guy who said he didn't shoot the guy. Do you have a question about that? You anti-Semite? Don't come at me. Don't even, I don't even want to hear questions.
Did Jeff have arguments with the Prime Minister of Israel in the days before his assassination? Yes, there were tensions between the United States and various international leaders, including those from Israel.
So y'all not going to hit the like button?
President John F. Kennedy's assassination.
I mean, people are steady coming in and y'all still haven't hit the like button. Double tap the face of your screen. On your phone, if you're on your phone, just touch it just two times. Not 2 times on your phone. If you hear me, can you hear me? Just go, yeah. Ooh, it's real quick. It don't cost a thing. And if you're on your computer, there's 3 dots at the top right. You can go there and go to the like button. We're almost an hour in. What are we doing, good people? Double tap. I like. Thank you, Wendy. That's a song. I like. I like.
One notable instance involved a diplomatic dispute between Jeff and Israeli Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion regarding Israel's nuclear ambitions. However, this does not necessarily imply that Israel was involved in the assassination. At best, this is weak circumstantial evidence and much more would be needed to establish any connection between this dispute and JFK's assassination. As for the claim that the Mossad, Israel's national intelligence agency, was present at the JFK assassination, there is no credible support for this. The assassination on November 22, 1963, has been extensively investigated by U.S. authorities, including the Warren Commission and various other inquiries, all of which concluded that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone.
Okay.
Therefore, if someone is going to claim that Mossad was involved, they need to provide credible evidence. Similarly, the claim that Jack Leon Ruby, the man who killed Lee Harvey Oswald, acted on behalf of Israel lacks evidence. Candace Owens has not presented any evidence that Jack Ruby acted on behalf of Israel or any other foreign entity to assassinate Oswald. While it's understandable that not all evidence can be presented in a single video, she hasn't sufficiently backed up her claims here or elsewhere, to my knowledge. As a result, these claims must be dismissed as mere speculation without concrete evidence. However, if she does have credible evidence, it would certainly be worth examining.
We're not allowed to even speak about the USS Liberty. The fact that, after October 7th, they jammed through a bill in Congress, okay? And they were like, we must have an October 7th Day of Remembrance in school.
Oh, Lord, another day of remembrance.
You can't get one for the USS Liberty. Okay, that means your nation is being held hostage by a foreign power.
That simply doesn't logically follow. It's a complete non sequitur.
Yeah. So part of that Jacob Frank religion, the reason why they wanted to commit the act of pedophilia was because he believed that, if you were willing to commit that sin, you would do anything else. His theory was, I'm going to, like Jacob's ladder, bring you to the bottom, to the abyss, get you to do the most immoral things, only to lift you back up. And it immediately creates camaraderie among the group of pedophiles because all of them have done this horrific thing. So basically they're like, in order to get into this religion, you have to rape a child, okay?
I believe
Some
that.
accounts suggest that the frankest
I believe that.
sexually permissive rituals intended to symbolize the breaking of religious and moral boundaries. However, the more extreme claims, such as the idea that followers were required to commit acts like rape, are not substantiated by credible historical evidence.
Oh shit, you a
These
lie.
claims are likely the result of later exaggerations or misinterpretations of the movement's practices.
And so you have people that are willing to do that, okay, that are in this religion, a religion who the first Jewish Supreme Court Justice, look this up, Louis Brandeis, was a Frankist on his profile. He kept a photo of
because
Frank's daughter.
let's be clear. So what the narrator is saying, it goes both ways. Because just like Hilary Clinton is saying, they're not getting their education. First of all, one thing is for sure, we know that the books have been whitewashed. That he said is true. But there's evidence of it right now. Okay? So because what Hilary is saying and she's trying to do, and every pro-Israel person, they wanting to push this truth, it's flawed as far as returning to your return, whatever that is, the right to return. That's not their homeland. Let's start there. It's not their homeland. So it's fraud. Right off the bat. Right there, it's fraud. And then you have these pedos who commit these crimes and you let them leave where the crime was and go back to Israel, and that's not where they are from, first of all. So Hilary, she's talking about the kids not being educated. Well, and so if there's no evidence that they're not being educated, what is the evidence? Because they don't agree. So if Hilary has to prove the misinformation or the lack thereof, just because she don't agree with you, that's not credible evidence. But what we are seeing happening right now is that's evidence enough to say, yeah, Candace is pretty much what she's saying is true. Now the details in which it got there, we don't know that, but we do know that what she is saying is happening, or happened is happening. That's a fact. So what? But I'm gonna hear it out because Candace is on here. But yeah, they could have gotten away with that before, but now our blinders are off. And once our blinders are off, I know that I'm not gonna get comfortable with none of it, because the deception, the whitewashing is way past knee deep. It's face to face. Yeah, it's in our face. So they have been deceiving for a long time. Yeah, no, I ain't going. I believe her. I believe everything that she's saying. I believe her. And I triple or double believe her because she was involved with the cult. She was involved with the cult. She was actively involved. Her light bulb came on. She got out. And so now what she's telling us that is an active part of this cult, we can see it. So all this other crap is still manipulation. It is a wolf. They're wolves, wolvettes in sheep clothing. Yeah, and I ain't going.
Like, he was an open Frankist family that has made it to the Supreme Court. But I guess we can't ask any questions.
I certainly believe that people can ask questions.
Not the Zionists.
However,
she didn't help start the Zionists. The Zionist cult came with the Rothschilds. Yeah. But she was a part of the pro-Israel. So she was a part of it. She helped start Turning Point USA. That started out a Christian organization that started getting donations from pro-Israel.
The photo in question. That's not to say it doesn't exist, but I simply couldn't locate it. Even if it does exist, having a photo of someone's daughter doesn't.
So I don't know if
he was a Frankist.
He started this
other reasons for the connection.
Before
this is just
modern day today.
These people that are committing crimes are also Zionists. Yeah. And it would be cool if, like, I'd be in a different place, by the way, about this. Every religion has people that are corrupt and immoral, right?
Yeah.
But we don't defend them.
Facts.
We don't expect them to be defended by the press. We don't have an entire ecosystem. And he believes in homosexuality and incest, all this stuff, who's protecting those people who are still, their descendants are still in positions of power. That is what makes this unique. So no, okay? I'm not going to be like all of the other fake conservatives. Like, oh, I'm so brave. I'm talking about this issue. But on pedophilia, I'm just going to be like, not my hill. If that's not your hill, we don't actually need you in this country. We don't need you in this country. Do you think it's normal, by the way, that basically every person who speaks about Israel has to basically say a statement that's like, you know, I don't want to get killed?
I don't believe that's true. I don't think you actually need to make that qualification.
Yeah.
like literally,
yeah,
people are like,
that now I don't. Okay, I'm gonna have to stop listening. Because just about everybody who speaks against Israel have to come back with a statement saying something like, I'm not suicidal. I'm not
Yes, beef up your security.
Right? Haven't we heard people have to give that disclaimer? You know, I'm not depressed. I love myself. You know, if anything happened to me, I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Yeah, you do. So, sir, let me hear it out. But that is not true. They absolutely give that statement in some shape, form, or fashion. Yes, they do. So, yeah, you're a lie.
Every person who speaks about Israel has to basically say a statement that's like, you know, I don't want to get killed.
I don't believe that's true.
Oh, it is true.
I don't think you actually need to make that qualification.
Oh, yeah, they feel like they do.
like literally, you start speaking about it, people are like, Candace, beef up your security. That's not normal. Like, excuse my language, but like that is not normal.
Right.
Okay, it's not normal that people have to think about their security because, and by some of it, then the way that you get comfortable with it is you're like, well, you know, they shot JFK in an open car, so
broad daylight.
President. I mean, obviously, my security doesn't really matter. If they want me, they're going to get me. That's not a normal thought process to have.
I certainly agree that it's not a normal thought process to have, but that might be a sign of the underlying problem. It's not normal.
We don't have that about any other country in the world except for the one that, you know, took over ours. And that's the truth, okay? We are an occupied nation. And if it's going to take women, like, having to speak up and say that to make permission, like, to give permission to men to do the same, then I'm happy to be the first person, okay? I just want to be clear. Anything happens to me, blame the Zionists. Like, 1,000% blame the Zionists. Like, let that be my parting words, okay? The more you look into a little network of psychopaths, they all collude with each other. Just so you know, the Zionists on the right are the same as the Zionists on the left. And it should be an easy litmus test for you guys. Like, speak to any commentator. If they are not willing to condemn Israel, if they say
this was before Charlie Kirk.
Question about their defense of pedophiles, about Louis Brandeis, about all of these Zionists, Anna Freud, the Sigmund Freud family. They have like a Tel Aviv University whole thing dedicated to them. If they're unwilling to say that, just don't support them. It's that easy. I'm not going to become the person like Andrew Tate says something that really stuck with me. He's just like, you know, at the end of the day, they're just going to rape your kids last. Like, you're either going to be a person who dies on the Hill for something that you believe in, or you're going to be the person
Young
that
Thug had to go to the rabbi.
So the snake wraps around you and squeezes out your family last. I mean, that's the truth.
That's quite an either or scenario.
Yep.
It seems there was no.
They yanked him from that show.
That's where we're at right now, and I'm like, I would rather die on the hill.
He had to kiss
butt.
I
just want to be able to pick the hill and die on it, and that hill for me is pedophilia.
Look, I admire people who call out pedophilia, especially when it puts their own safety at risk. However, it's crucial that we do so based on truth.
Oh yeah, it's true. I don't know how long ago did this look old. That was before she got her teeth fixed and all of that.
Not on leaps of logic.
All these homosexuals.
Oh, what?
That are engaging in pedophilia. I mean, openly. France. And what the heck is going on in this world right now? And this is what happens when good men do nothing.
Yeah, please double tap the like button coming in.
I know these people. I know these men. They do nothing. And they do it because they're scared.
Some of those men are personal friends of Candace Owens. But I won't name names.
They're scared to lose their jobs. They don't do anything because they don't want to lose their jobs. They don't want to lose their security. And they think
don't want to lose their money.
Being a man and not saying, it's like to not say anything. And I just completely disagree with that. So, anyway.
I do agree. Hold on. I agree. So far, I agree with her. Let's go here. Y'all, come on now. Get the like button. Yes. Nick Cannon. Yep. Nick Cannon. What show did he lose? He lost the show. Wildin' Out or something. One of them. They wanted him to, bow down. He had a show. He had another show. Yeah, but he had to kiss the flag or something. They pulled him from the air. But recently, I saw somebody took Young Thug to a rabbi. And I'm like, no, what is this about? Look, Young Thug. My goodness. Let's hear this.
With petition to get me fired, banned from Australia. They went after like my family members, and then of course the lawsuits nonstop. There's something about the true free markets that Zionists can't stand. They're constantly manipulating the markets so that people think that they are number one, and they're not. They actually require censorship, questioning Israel. That's actually what they're fearful of, is people understanding just how long this has been going on, how vicious it is. That the more that they lie, it rebounds very quickly onto them, and it creates more pressure against them. And they can't stop lying.
They can't stop lying.
The 50,000 pre-meds are here!
Uh-oh.
The first thing people need to do when they accept Islam...
What was that?
Uh-oh.
The first thing people need to do when they accept Islam is pray, but the process is very difficult because they don't know Arabic. This free salam mat they can order from the website, and you know what it has? It's got a translator.
Owens and Myron Games. Did you know that linen is the only fabric that bacteria cannot thrive on? This is one of the reasons Jesus told us to wear. Myron interviewed Candace in her studio, and of course the topic of Zionism came up. Despite Candace and Myron's political leanings, it cannot be denied that I came across an unexpected collaboration between Candace Owens and Myron Gaines, where Myron interviewed Candace in her studio, and of course the topic of Zionism. Despite Candace and Myron's political leanings, it cannot be denied that their individual efforts in calling out Israel have been phenomenal. And although their approaches may be different, the results are similar, as in it awakens the world to the dark and ugly reality of Zionism. Speaking of which, despite both Myron and Candace being very well versed on the topic, Myron was still taken aback by the extent to which Candace has been targeted, as she revealed what she survived so far. Let's watch the first clip.
When it comes to Zionism, Jewish power, and these other things, what red pilled you on this topic that made you say, I gotta speak up? Even though this is a very taboo topic, deal with demonization, cancellation, losing an employer. What made you say, I gotta speak up on this?
I want to get into heaven, and I think people don't realize that that's real. Like, I think people who
I want to get into heaven. Praise God. That part right there. She wants to get into heaven. That makes a world of difference. That separates a lot of things from me. Especially with all the deception. Protect our Lord.
Atheists don't understand that a part of this whole cycle, and I think people don't realize that that's real. Like, I think people who are atheists don't understand.
Topic, deal with demonization, cancellation, losing an employer. What made you say, I gotta speak up on this?
I want to get into heaven, and I think people don't realize that that's real. Like, I think people who are atheists don't understand that a part of this whole psych operation was to make you an atheist, because if you knew for certain that when you die there is more, which there is, you would be living your life differently. At the very moment that I know anything is true, I can't tell a lie, right? So when I was working, and giving the example again for PragerU, I genuinely, first off, wasn't up on the topic of Israel. It wasn't kind of a common discussion. There was no pressure on me to get out there and say things that are pro-Israel. I just genuinely believed it. I would say after October 7th, they were kind of demanding that you take a side. I watched Bassem Youssef. This was truly the mental turning point for me. He went on to Piers Morgan, and it went viral. And he held up this paper where he showed how many deaths there were every year of Palestinians versus Israelis. And I will never unsee that. And he was being totally a jackass about it, was just kind of using humor, which is the best tool, and being like, so what's the equation of how many lives are worth? So I'm going, okay, so I'm supposed to believe these are the evil people, but this is how many people. And then I had Norm Finkelstein on my show at the Daily Wire, because I was like, let me go to someone who actually is not an anti-Semite, right? His parents survived the Holocaust, and he's a professor who was denied tenure for a ridiculous reason because he's committed to telling the truth about Gaza, and he wrote so many books on it. And that to me was like,
Wow. So that like red pilled you on the topic, like seeing the deaths and everything, because no one ever sees like the Palestinian perspective, because it's like almost like in America, well, especially if you're a conservative, the default setting is we support Israel unequivocally every single time, and you never even hear the other perspective. So, and I've said that too, like October 7th kind of opened up this discussion, whereas like I remember before it, like if you talked about it, you would get demonetized, banned. That's what got me demonetized. I remember you had debated a rabbi, I can't remember his name.
A couple of them, There was Rabbi Shmuley, and then there was
that idiot and the other
who
one.
was? Oh gosh, I have to remember his name. Who's my favorite? Candace.
Yeah,
This is the worst anti-Semitism. He actually was low key my favorite because he was so over the top.
Oh, yeah.
He was so over the top, and he was like, you can't even say what was it, witches? Skylar, what was the name of that rabbi? Rabbi Barclay. That was his name.
And I think that was one of your last debates you did on Daily Wire too. I think you were still on the Daily Wire there. Did Ben ever like have a conversation with you about this? If you could disclose it, like he just like never talked to you in person about this. He just like trashed you. Because I remember seeing a clip of him like at some type of social gathering, like late in the year of that year, saying, "Oh yeah, I think what she's doing is despicable, blah blah blah." But he had never had a conversation with you.
No, and after that, we never had a conversation.
Wow.
So that happened, and that's we never had a conversation after that.
So that's why she had to leave. She told the rabbi the truth.
Just like
I tried. It never happened. So.
Wow. Okay.
Candace, when answering Myron's question about why she so adamantly opposes the ideology of Zionism, stated that she does so because she will have to answer to God, hence why she can't stay silent on the truth after witnessing the evil done in the name of that ideology. As a Muslim, I differ with Candace on theology, but as a religious person, I completely relate with her reasoning and respect her stance as I see the matter in the same way. Candace revealed that whilst working under Zionist media companies in her previous professional role, she was pressured into siding with Israel at the beginning of their genocide in Gaza 2 years ago. She also credited Bassem Youssef for opening her eyes to the reality of Israel's excessive brutality towards the Palestinians after his viral interview with Piers Morgan in 2023. That Bassem interview was so important in breaking the spell of Israeli propaganda over the West for so many people. Just look at where we are today, especially Candace, from being unaware of the facts to being one of the loudest voices openly calling out the evil Israeli regime for their war crimes. It would be great to see Candace and Bassem sit down and have a discussion on this topic. Candace also credited Norman Finkelstein for his great work in educating her on the intricate details of Israel's historic persecution and exploitation of Palestinians. I think the same can be said about many of us in regards to what we've learned from Professor Finkelstein about the reality of Palestinian suffering. Myron was correct when he said the American conservative space is heavily influenced by Zionists that ensure that the Palestinian side of the story remains a secret. And like he said, the only positive that can be taken from Israel committing genocide in Gaza is that it brought their crimes against humanity to the attention of the world, to the point we are now openly criticizing the atrocities they've committed. As Candace said, in the process of this mass awakening, all of these Zionist propagandist drifters have been exposed as being complete frauds, from Rabbi Shmuley to Ben Shapiro to countless others, all of whom will never be taken seriously ever again. Let's watch the next clip.
So you got banned from Australia. Right, you got banned from Australia.
It's a gangster.
Yeah, and I was like,
super bad.
Because I taught, people try to tell me like, because I talk about world Jewry being a thing and how, it's an international cabal that works together, for the betterment of Israel, and they're located all across the world. And I use that example of how they got you literally banned in Australia, even though they represent like 2% of the population. How did that even happen? Like, how'd you get notified?
I was going to tour in Australia, and the Zionist lobby found out, and they publicly posted, it was like the Zionist Organization of Australia, maybe it was ZOA, publicly posted this thing.
Like they're calling of APAC, right? Essentially.
Yeah, it's another APAC. There's so many of Zionist organizations, but they were effectively the ADL, and they posted this thing and publicly said that I should not be allowed in. My rhetoric was dangerous. They lied and said that I said that Jews, what did they say that I said? That Jews drink the blood of children, which was, it's just like completely...
The blood libel?
It was unbelievable. I mean, the way that came about was me liking a tweet, literally a like of a tweet of a person who called out Rabbi Shmuley and said Rabbi Shmuley had told a huge lie about me. So they were replying to Rabbi Shmuley and said, you didn't include that she, and then like told the truth about what I said. And then they ended their thing with, are you drunk on Christian blood again? So me liking this
Wow,
tweet,
yeah.
they
That's what
went
they used
full. They went full media press corps. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Candace says, "I'm like, are you kidding me?" It was so obvious why I liked this tweet. Like
Yeah.
this person debunked what Rabbi Shmuley's lie, but this is how they
It
lie.
reads like
This is how they
Hannah
lie.
And they take everything literal.
They take
re-educated
everything
It's hyperbole
literally.
or whatever. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, look at you, vile anti-Semite.
They successfully got me banned. I've never been in trouble, nothing, and they decided that I am too dangerous to speak in their country. So that I still think, and this has been my belief, everything that is happening, God wants to happen. So when that happened, it was because Australians needed to understand something about their country. Because people who didn't like me, who didn't support me, or weren't conservative in their country kind of looked up and went, why is this like mom of 4 being banned from our country? No matter what I think about her, I certainly don't think she's a threat, that she shouldn't be allowed in. And we've got literally people who have been accused of murder, people who have violated their visas in other countries, people that rap about murder are allowed in here, and you're telling me she's saying something that's so dangerous? And it, I think, contributed to more people listening to my podcast. What is she saying? So I do feel we are in this time where the more that they lie, it rebounds very quickly onto them, and it creates more pressure against them, and they can't stop lying. So
Yeah, because you can never lie once, right? Like they always say, when you lie once, then you have to keep lying to perpetuate that same lie.
Right.
It's wild that hostile groups and Zionist extremists had Candace Owens banned from entering Australia for simply being against Israelis killing kids in Gaza. As Myron said, Zionism is a powerful global cult that enforces their toxic and dangerous ideology using mob tactics. And as both Candace and Myron pointed out, these attacks come in the form of smear campaigns from the mainstream media and corrupt organisations posing as watchdogs and advocacy firms that operate with the aim of silencing anyone exposing the genocidal Israeli regime. Like Candace said, after what we've witnessed in Gaza, these tactics no longer work and in fact backfire, resulting in anti-Zionist voices soaring in popularity as they're seen as being courageous, righteous and honest enough to stand against the oppression of our fellow human beings. Candace was correct when she said this is why followers of the Zionist ideology have to resort to lying in order to cover Israel's tracks, creating a negative cycle of censorship and false propaganda that the world now sees as being a total scam. Let's watch the last clip.
What other ways, I guess, has the Zionist lobby came after you? I've seen ADL articles. I've seen SPLC, right? They target me too.
Oh gosh, it was everything.
Did they lobby to get you demonetized on YouTube too?
Absolutely. They were like, just start mass reporting her for
always
violence
come
and
with the
violent
heat.
rhetoric.
Thank
and
you,
they did
Big
that,
L.
And then I had no strikes, and then I went to all strikes overnight, and YouTube demonetized us. So what it forces you to do is to become your own power center. So they would
Demonetized. I remember you
Hold
had
on.
debated a rabbi, I forget.
Followers of the Zionist
Lobby came after you. I've seen ADL articles. I've seen SPLC, right? They target me too.
oh gosh, it was everything.
Did they lobby to get you demonetized on YouTube too?
Absolutely. They were like, just start mass reporting her for violence and violent rhetoric, and they did that. And then I had no strikes, and then I went to all strikes overnight, and YouTube demonetized us. So what it forces you to do is to become your own power center. So they would attack us on YouTube. They obviously got petitioned to get me fired, banned from Australia. They went after like my family members. Obviously, they tried to pretend that there was all this friction between me and my husband's father, and that could not be further from the truth. I love my husband's family. They have always treated me very well. But they wanted that narrative out there because it was part of the cancellation. Is even our own family hates her. And then, of course, the lawsuits, nonstop legal lawfare.
Between you, Tucker, Nick, they're attacking all three of you guys, saying, "Oh, you guys are anti-Semites and you guys are pushing this whole thing." And I give credit because you three have done an incredible job of, awareing the American public on this topic when it comes to Israel's control of the Middle East, what they're doing over there, how they've been able to get away with this for so long, killing people and no one knowing. What are your thoughts on the situation? Because, anytime they mention Tucker, you're right there, right? When it comes to the criticism of Israel.
Yeah, even Bibi Netanyahu name-checking us was crazy.
Yeah.
On the TikTok thing and why they needed to buy TikTok. They're letting you know this is a psychological operation. That's what they're telling you. They've gone masked down, and they've just come more inward. I have no idea why they kept attaching me to Tucker Carlson. They wanted both of us gone, and
Mark Levin loves you.
Yeah, I know. They force-fired Tucker. They force-fired me, and then they realized, we can't control them, and we started having to build our own power centers, and they didn't like that.
And they made you guys bigger.
Exactly. So, and then with the Nick Fuentes thing, no matter how I feel about him, I root for him against the Zionist lobby. And there's something about the true free markets that Zionists can't stand. They're constantly manipulating the markets so that people think that they are number one, and they're not. They actually require censorship in order for them to be number one.
They never criticize what you guys talk about, right? They always criticize you guys directly, saying they're pushing anti-Semitism. Well, what are they saying that's anti-Semitic? Well, it's just anti-Semitic, and they don't even want to have the discussion, the debate,
the truth.
or anything. Yeah.
What is up with the Zionist lobby that they're going after 18-year-old kids for questioning Israel? That's actually what they're fearful of, is people understanding just how long this has been going on, how vicious it is, and it will even go after an 18-year-old who's just asking questions literally. I think that's what it is. It's the mass awakening that's happening.
And I do think that we're making an impact on it, because I remember when Trump bombed Iran, he had a lot of pressure on him not to do it. And he bombed them, and then he ended it there, right? Who knows if he didn't have that pressure from his base to not go to war, if he had it, would have expanded the conflict, because we know Israel wanted to.
By the way, he still wants his war with Iran. They still want a regime change in Iran, and we have to continue to bark and continue to say that it's not okay. And it worked because we held the line on it and used our platforms to say, this is the red line.
Yeah, no wars. The Iraq war, there was no dissent.
Right.
We're going and nobody cares, and we don't, there was no one else talking about it. The news was super pro-war, everyone wanted to go to war, and it wasn't until 10, 15 years later that the smoke evaporated and we're like, oh, this was a waste of time. Why did we go to... Saddam has nothing to do with bin Laden. Like, it didn't make sense.
It's crazy how Israeli lobbies had Candace's YouTube channel demonetized and filed non-stop lawsuits against her, as well as had her previous Zionist employer fire her and even went as far as going after her family members. I'm glad she did not let such bullying tactics deter her and instead stood up to these radicals by building her own platform that now does better numbers than all of her slimy detractors combined. Myron highlighted how Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes all have big targets on their backs due to their massive platforms, which they utilize to call out the very many atrocities and acts of oppression carried out by Israel across the Middle East. And like Candace, I don't have to agree with everything Nick, Tucker, Myron or even Candace herself represent politically, but I do back them in their truthful stance against Israel, because we are fighting against a powerful common elitist enemy that requires a united effort on our part to uproot, regardless of our political and religious differences. Candace spoke about how Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu making public statements addressing her and Tucker Carlson was a mask-off moment that reveals the panic they're experiencing due to the world wisening up to Israel's corruption and the horrific reality of Zionism. As she said, this is due to their censorship and manipulation tactics no longer having the same effect as they did in the past. Myron was also correct when he said all they have is empty accusations of anti-Semitism due to the Zionist mafia being unable to debate facts that would expose them for who they really are. Myron made another good point when he said all of our collective efforts have made a huge impact, even though it might not seem that way, and proceeded to give Israel not getting America to fight a prolonged war against Iran due to political pressure as an example. Like he said, Israel used the exact same tactics to orchestrate the US invasion of Iraq, which at the time we were blind to, unlike now. As Candace said, the prospect of the US fighting a war against Iran for Israel is not off the table, and that this is precisely why we must maintain momentum and amp up the pressure in order for this not to happen. And that goes for Palestine too. There is a supposed ceasefire in place, but the IDF are still killing Palestinians on a daily basis, as well as the Israeli government still enforcing apartheid conditions and starvation on innocent people. Which is why we can't just let this issue fizzle away into the background, just like it was hidden away before the genocide took place. We must keep this at the forefront of global attention in order to end the evils of Zionism once and for all. Thank you for watching. Until next time, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Allahu Akbar.
Hold on. Dang, I wonder, do I still have it pinned somewhere? Hold on. Hold on.
The Khazarians, they are not Hebrews at all. I want you to look it up and educate yourself and understand that the majority of the people that live in the modern day state of Israel are actually Europeans, and they do not practice anything from the Bible. The majority of them are absolutely atheist. Absolutely atheist.
Can I get y'all to hit the like button? Ha! Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Can we go ahead and double tap the face of the screen? We're about to go in, We're about to go in. I'm having to combine a couple of things because I didn't come back at 2 like I was supposed to. Oh, baby. Oh, that sleep. I just got to be more careful. I ain't going to tell y'all what I ate. But listen, come on. Let's get the likes up. I'm over an hour and 34 minutes in. Come on. Get the lights up. I'm going to shut it down.
Absolutely atheist. In Revelation 2, it says, I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. That word may rub some people wrong. I want you to understand, Jews are Judaism. It was first mentioned in 2 Kings 16. I want you to understand that Judaism is a religion, and it's not the same as Christianity. Judeo-Christian values, Judeo-Christian heritage, that's a lie from the devil. Don't be ignorant of his devices. He literally says that those that say they are Jews today, without Jesus Christ, are blaspheming the name of God, the Lord, because they are part of the synagogue of Satan. He repeats it in Revelation 3:9. Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. Behold, I will make them to come and worship before thy feet, and to know that I have loved thee. I want you to understand, at the judgment seat, at the reward, we're actually going to see Judaism. Those that practiced it, God will make them bow down to Christians, because he loved Christians.
Is that why they trying to convert? Would that be the reason why that they are trying to, BB, not going to sue you, is trying to convert Christians into Zionists? Is that the reason? Let me back that thing up.
Judaism, those that practiced it, God will make them bow down to Christians, because he loved Christians. Now, he died for the sins of the world. He came to his own, and his own received him not. Jesus, he said, he would not walk in Jewry anymore. He rejected Judaism. And I want you to understand, if you read the book of Titus, it gives the requirements of a pastor. And it says that a pastor cannot give heed to Jewish fables. But here's the problem. Many churches have now put Israel and Judaism on par with biblical Christianity. They teach that God's not done with Judaism, saying that Judaism has a salvation without believing in the Lord Jesus Christ, that God will break his word about the covenant and make an exception for Judaism. Now, they will tell you through dispensationalism or Zionistic theology, and that is a lie from the pit of hell. I want you to see this. I want to ask this question. Will World War III be fought over Israel? It's a serious question. It's a hard question, and I'm not wishing for war. Oh, I love peace, and I love the peace that only comes from Christ. But we live in very troublous times, don't we? And the whole world is sort of polarizing, whether you're for Israel or for Palestine. And I have to tell you that both Islam and Judaism are both very wicked and perverse religions. They need Jesus Christ. I also have to warn you about the Abraham Accords. There is a movement to get the Catholics, which the Orthodox is the same thing. It's the same satanic movement. Orthodox and Catholicism uniting with the Muslims of the world, uniting with Judaism to create a one-world government. The Bible warns us that Israel of today, I want you to understand this, is not Hebrew, nor of the sons of Jacob. I want to say it again. The modern day state, it's not a nation, of Israel, they are not Hebrew, neither are they the sons of Jacob. When you try to tell somebody this, it's like there's cognitive dissonance. They can't think through the statement of what you're saying. They automatically think that any person that joins the nation and becomes an Israeli is actually an Israelite of Old Testament, but that simply is not true. The Ashkenazis, they are not Hebrews. If you don't know what that is, I want you to look it up, and I want you to educate yourself. The Khazarians, they are not Hebrews at all. I want you to look it up and educate yourself and understand that the majority of the people that live in the modern day state of Israel are actually Europeans, and they do not practice anything from the Bible. The majority of them are absolutely atheist. Can you imagine a European atheist
Can you say
trying
that
to argue
again?
with you? and today, state of Israel are actually Europeans, and they do not practice anything from the Bible. The majority of them are absolutely atheist. Can you imagine a European atheist trying to argue with you and tell you, well, I am God's chosen people? You say, but you're a European and you're an atheist. How in the world could that make you God's chosen people? In fact, in 1 Peter 2, it literally says that believers who were not of a nation are now God's chosen people by faith in Jesus Christ. That's 1 Peter 2. You need to read it. That's written to saved believers, the church, the congregation of the upright, the assembly that trusted in the Lord Jesus Christ, and it's written for all nations. Modern Israel is not Semitic. I want you to understand that. Surrounded by Semites, yes, but they're not actually Semitic at all. Again, I remind you, I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are of the synagogue of Satan. The synagogue of Satan is here. It's real. Zionism is a devilish conspiracy, and most Christians are completely ignorant of these verses.
Facts.
Now, first it will be a one-world government, Revelation 13 tells us. Next, it will be a messianic cult. A messianic cult. I want you to understand, we believe that Jesus is the only Messiah. There's no room for another. There's no second Messiah or other Messiah. Today we see churches that come together and raise money to build the third temple. Can you imagine being in a church where a so-called Christian church, even a conservative fundamentalist church, where they are actually holding up a satanic organization that wants to establish a new Messiah? They blaspheme the worthy name of the Lord Jesus Christ, and they say that Jesus burned in excrement in hell. That is the religion of Judaism, and you have Christians honoring that religion. I want to warn you about this messianic movement. I want to warn you about the false religion of Judaism. In John 5, Jesus said, I am come in my Father's name, and ye receive me not. If another shall come in his own name, him you will receive. And that's exactly his name, and you receive me not. If another shall come in his own name, him you will receive. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Very soon, I believe, we're going to see a man stand up and say, I am the Messiah. I am the chosen one. I am the King of Israel. Give me the crown. I deserve to be worshipped. In Revelation 13, it says, and they worshiped the dragon, which gave power unto the beast. And they worshiped the beast, saying, who is like unto the beast, who is able to make war with him? What a fascinating concept. Notice it says they worship the devil, which will give power to the Antichrist. This Antichrist Zionism movement is driven by doctrines of devils. The Bible forbids that we teach doctrines of devils in the church. It forbids that we teach Jewish fables in the church. And yet we have a major problem with churches all over the world who say, I'm getting closer to my Hebrew roots, not discerning that they have been deceived and they're leading God's people astray. It's wicked.
It's wicked.
They worship the dragon, that's Satan, which gave power to the beast, that is the Antichrist. He continues, and there was given unto him a mouth, speaking great things and blasphemies. Power was given unto him to continue 40 and 2 months. That's 3.5 years. I want you to understand there is no 7-year tribulation in the Bible. That was created by the dispensational movement. Dispensationalism, also a fairly new movement, less than 200 years old. Fundamentalists rejected it. Historically, Baptists rejected it. The early church fathers rejected these concepts. The apostles and the apostles of the apostles would have, or disciples of the apostles would have rejected dispensationalism. It didn't even exist back then. And I want to warn you that the church has been hijacked. We know that the pagans in Rome hijacked it a long time ago. The Orthodox movement is satanic. If you look at their doctrine, it is so far from biblical. It is doctrines of devils, and I want to warn you about it. We need to wake up.
Oh, yes,
I want to warn you that Judaism is not biblical. No, not at all. The Jews' religion is to be warned and stayed away from. We're to avoid them, mark and avoid them. We are not to allow their fables into the churches. It is not biblical. It has nothing to do with the Bible. And many people will say, well, but I thought they were just the Old Testament and we're the New Testament. We're similar. The Bible clearly warns about this. It says if they don't have the Son, they don't have the Father.
And David
Jesus
is not
Christ
the Son.
himself, the Son of God, said
that David,
if they've hated the Son, they'll
flag.
hate the Father. He's warned. He says, you're of your father, the devil. Judaism is a devilish religion today. It is not of the Lord Jesus Christ. They do not have the Creator, the Redeemer. They do not have the Comforter, and they do not have God the Father. It's not biblical. It's actually Babylonian. The Babylonian Talmud is the primary source for rabbinical Judaism and the interpretation of their laws. They have many things, the Gemara, the Mishnah, the Zohar. They have the Kabbalah, which we see in Hollywood, a form of Satanism and abuse. It's very wicked. It's all Babylonian. Babylonian mysticism. I remind you that God destroyed the Hebrews, the 12 tribes. He sent them into captivity in Babylon. And you know what happened? Many of them came out with the wicked magic of Babylon. The things that are in the Babylonian Talmud are so wicked and perverse, you can barely say it in mixed public or in front of children. It's that perverse. The Talmud is a satanic book. Judaism is actually the religion of the Antichrist. If your pastor supports Judaism in some way, he's supporting the Antichrist and his movement to build a temple and claim that he's God. Again, I remind you, I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. The synagogue of Satan is here already, right now.
Hi, Dorothy.
It's active. And unfortunately, many churches are teaching that doctrine of Zionism, which is a doctrine of devils. You've seen this star before. This is a variation of it. You've seen this star on their flag, the flag of the modern-day state of Israel. Where does this star come from? What is it really? It is the star of Satan, literally. It is the star of the devil. It's six-pointed with 6 stars and 6 triangles. Many point to that, thinking that will be what the mark of the beast looks like, that you will swear allegiance to this star, and that will actually mathematically equate to the mark of the beast. In Amos it says, have you offered unto me sacrifices and offerings in the wilderness 40 years, O house of Israel? But ye have borne the tabernacle of your Moloch, and Chian your images, the star of your God, which ye made to yourselves. God is rebuking Israel, saying, you've taken up the star of Satan. You have a false God. You are worshiping the devil. You are throwing your children into the fire through abortion. You are living a lascivious lifestyle, rejecting the commandments of the Lord, rejecting the promises of God of redemption and forgiveness of sins. They took up another God. They are seducing spirits. They believe in controlling demons. This is what the Babylonian Talmud teaches. You can control the devils, and the devils are there to help you out. This is Satan's star. In the New Testament, it says the same thing. He took up the tabernacle of Moloch and the star of your God, Remphan, figures which he made to worship them, and I will carry you away beyond Babylon. This Babylonian mystical witchcraft star, the hexagram, that 6-pointed star, is to put a hex on you and anyone that wears it. I warn you that Mystery Babylon is end times earthly Jerusalem, and it will be destroyed. Even the Antichrist, it says that he hates her. He will burn her. He hates the people that wear this star. Don't think you can join up with Zionism or rabbinical Judaism and have some favor from God. That's not how it works. You're serving the devil when you reject the Lord Jesus as the only Christ, the star of your God. It is the star of Satan, that 6-pointed star. Finally, the last part, it was the government. It's the religion. Now it's the monetary system, the mark of the beast. We all know about it. We've all heard about it. I talk to people in grocery stores about it. Anytime I use a digital currency, a card, I try to use it to raise awareness of the mark of the beast. But there's another generation coming along right now, and they have not been educated nor informed. Their prophet, their priest, and their judge is their phone. Do you realize that most children are raised by the TV? They're raised by a public school system. And I hear Christians say, well, we got to get prayer back in the schools. No, why don't you get your children out of Satan's public school system? Why don't you teach them yourself as we've been commanded to? Why don't you raise them up in the fear and admonition of the Lord and show them the right way? It's time for Christian parents to pull their children out of the government school system. They're coming back as weirdos, freaks, communists, and Satanists. Why don't you wake up and get them out of the school system? That's part of the problem. Nope.
Honestly, you shouldn't buy this book, because once you do, you'll never look at your medicine cabinet the same way again.
I want to warn you about the 7 laws of Noah. It's on the books in America. If you don't know what I'm talking about, look it up. It's called National Education Day. Bush was part of it, and many other presidents have reconfirmed it. And they are acknowledging that we need to notice the 7 laws of Noah. This is not from the Bible. This is from the Babylonian Talmud. And with those 7 laws of Noah, it would actually set up a system that anybody that claimed Christianity would be decapitated under the Noahide laws found in the Talmud. By the way, the Noahide laws, and if you're not familiar with this, HR 6090, look this up. I preached a couple sermons about this. It literally makes it illegal in America to read verses of the Bible where it says that the Jews had a hand in killing Jesus. They want to call you a hate group for reading the Bible. Why? They don't believe in Jesus. They hate Jesus. They want to scrub the earth of what the Bible says. That's why many of the critical text Bibles, any Bible that traces its roots back to Codex Sinaiticus or Vaticanus, these are Bibles that have changed the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. These are Bibles that have changed the way of salvation. They've changed good doctrine. And I have to warn you, the Vatican is satanic. The Orthodox Church is just as satanic as Mormonism. And we need to wake people up by speaking the truth in love. HR 6090 got some kickback in America, but it's not their first time, and it won't be their last time to try to pass the Noahide laws. They're just as bad as Sharia law, if not worse. And most Christians would say, I don't want Sharia law. Okay, well, look up the Noahide laws and realize that is how the Antichrist will cut off the heads of Christians that won't take the mark of the beast, just like the Bible says. I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are of the synagogue of Satan. For you to say that those Jews are God's people, that Judaism is a godly religion, is blasphemy against the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. If your church has that hex flag, the Zionist doctrine, please warn them, speak to them in truth and in love.
What's your thoughts? Please be respectful with your...
Okay, hold on. Get the likes up, please. Double tap. Double tap. It's deep, ain't it? Mm-hmm. Hi, Hazel. Yep. It's pretty deep. Come on through. Come on through, baby girl. Come on through. Come on with it.
No one would support the ADL because the ADL, factually speaking, okay, was founded to
Y'all know when we hear that, Kay.
A pedophile named Leo Frank. A pedophile named Leo Frank. A pedophile named Leo Frank.
A pedophile.
If you don't know where you came from, you know nothing. I mean, that's the reality. When he says that we parked aside wisdom and replaced it with something else, that is the truth. That is what comes from ancestry. There's a certain wisdom that comes from ancestry, which is why it becomes important to understand, well, if we don't know history, we know nothing. Everything is becoming an ever-present. What if there was...
That is why they are rewriting. I never understood, boy, I tell you. Thank you, Lord. You know, things have to happen to bring awareness sometimes. But I absolutely understand now why there is so much whitewashing. But to rewrite history. And I'm over here looking at this. It's saying the Zionists pulled off the biggest Identity theft in history. You know how they pulled off the biggest identity theft in history? Because they rewrote it. But let's listen.
That comes
The truth
from
must come out.
ancestry.
Absolutely,
Which is why it
Queen.
becomes important to understand, well, if we don't know history, we know nothing, everything is becoming an ever-present. What if there was a group of people who could quite literally, knowing every single name, trace, or maybe there's more than one group of people who can do this, straight back to the Bible? That would be so impressive, and they would have so many answers, and they would truly have a leg up in life.
Mm-hmm.
And this was something that also crossed my mind, by the way, when Vladimir Putin sat down with Tucker Carlson, and one of my friends, Mike Cernovich, tweeted this mass media freak out. They did not want Americans to hear what Vladimir Putin had to say. And he starts out with this, in the 7th century. And then he starts walking through Russian history, like literally started beginning in the 7th century. And
where does Ukraine come from? The Russian state became centralized, which was the year of establishment of the Russian state in 862, when, well, there's a city of Novgorod in the northwest of Russia, when they invited Prince Rurik from Scandinavia, from the Vikings, in 862. In 1862, 1,000 years since the establishment of the statehood was marked, and there is a memorial dedicated to that in Novgorod.
If I can get at least 50 people that has come in to double tap the face of your screen. Can I get 50 people to double tap? Just, it's free, y'all. Come on, I'm going on 2 hours. I'm going on 2 hours. Hi, Barbara. Double tap. Just do that on the face of your phone. Tap those 3 dots at the top right corner. It'll take you to the like button. I would greatly appreciate it. How many Americans killed by Israel? You'll be shot.
Typically refers to someone stealing your credit card or bank account information. But what if a distant, long-forgotten cousin returned to steal your home, your inheritance, and your future, and claim them as his own, erasing you from your own history? That's what happened in Palestine. Zionist propaganda turned the indigenous descendants of the land's ancient peoples into foreigners, and the actual foreigners into returning natives. Multiple genetic studies show that Palestinian...
So, foreigners into returning natives. Did y'all hear that? Can y'all hear that over here?
Cousin returned to steal your home, your inheritance, and your future, and claim them as his own, erasing you from your own history. That's what happened in Palestine. Zionist propaganda turned the indigenous descendants of the land's ancient peoples into foreigners, and the actual foreigners into returning natives. Multiple genetic studies...
That's the heist. That's the heist. Pushed out the natives. Made them foreigners. And the foreigners came in to reclaim land that wasn't even theirs. Y'all, come on, get the likes up. Double tap, double tap, double tap, double tap, double tap, double tap. I can't let y'all, I can't bring this over there until y'all hit my likes.
Show that Palestinian Arabs are the closest living population to the ancient Israelites and Bronze Age Canaanites. Far closer and your future, and claim them as his own, erasing you from your own history. That's what happened in Palestine. Zionist propaganda turned the indigenous descendants of the land's ancient peoples into foreigners, and the actual foreigners into returning natives. Multiple genetic studies show that Palestinian Arabs are the closest living population to the ancient Israelites and Bronze Age Canaanites, far closer on average than any of Zionism's European founders. On what basis did settlers from Poland, Russia, and Germany claim the ancient kingdoms of refers to someone stealing your credit card or bank account information? But what if a distant, long-forgotten cousin returned to steal your home, your inheritance, and your future, and claim them as his own, erasing you from your own history? That's what happened in Palestine. Zionist propaganda turned the indigenous descendants of the land's ancient peoples into foreigners, and the actual foreigners into returning natives. Multiple genetic studies show that Palestinian Arabs are the closest living population to the ancient Israelites and Bronze Age Canaanites.
Thank you, Queen.
Far closer on average than any of Zionism's European founders. On what basis did settlers from Poland, Russia, and Germany claim the ancient kingdoms of the Levant as their exclusive heritage and weaponize that myth against a people who are, biologically and by centuries, of stubbornly rooted endurance in the same soil, far more connected to those ancient populations? Over 5 millennia, the descendants of the Canaanites followed many religions: Canaanite polytheism, Yahwism, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. They spoke many languages: Canaanite, Hebrew, Aramaic, Greek, and eventually Arabic. Through all those changes, they farmed the same valleys, terraced the same hillsides, and harvested olives from trees centuries old.
That Americans have no concept
Hold on.
of these blood feuds. That could
Hold on. I don't know what I just did, but hold on. 1 minute, please. 1 minute, please. One minute, please. Baby. I know the devil is a lie. I know the devil is a lie. Oh, I'm sorry. I hate when they do that. Hold on. It's trying not to let me get back to where I was. I know the devil is a lie. The biggest heist.
When I was a teenager, I had some head injuries from snowboarding, and I lost one of my closest friends, and I started to experience anxiety.
Identity theft typically refers to someone stealing your credit card or bank account information. But what if a distant, long-forgotten cousin returned to steal your home, your inheritance, and your future, and claim them as his own, erasing you from your own history? That's what happened in Palestine. Zionist propaganda turned the indigenous descendants of the land's ancient peoples into foreigners, and the actual foreigners into returning natives. Multiple genetic studies show that Palestinian Arabs are the closest living population to the ancient Israelites and Bronze Age Canaanites, far closer on average than any of Zionism's European founders. On what basis did settlers from Poland, Russia, and Germany claim the ancient kingdoms of the Levant as their exclusive heritage and weaponize that myth against a people who are, biologically and by centuries, of stubbornly rooted endurance in the same soil, far more connected to those ancient populations? Over 5 millennia, the descendants of the Canaanites followed many religions: Canaanite polytheism, Yahwism, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. They spoke many languages: Canaanite, Hebrew, Aramaic, Greek, and eventually Arabic. Through all those changes, they farmed the same valleys, terraced the same hillsides, and harvested olives from trees centuries old. They preserved a way of life that survived countless conquerors and empires. That continuity is written in the modern Palestinian genome, an unbroken 5,000-year link to the Bronze Age land of Canaan. But Zionists say there was never a state called Palestine.
Lies.
So what? Self-determination doesn't require previous self-rule. Being denied your rights doesn't mean you lose them. the modern nation state is a 19th century European invention, and that invention gave rise to Arab nationalism, Zionism, Italy's Risorgimento, and dozens of other nationalist movements. The Italian peninsula was named Italia by the Greeks, just as they named the Levant Palestine. There was never a nation called Italia, and the inhabitants of the peninsula never thought of themselves as Italians. In Renaissance Italy, Sicilian and Venetian were considered different languages. A unified Italian identity was a 19th century creation. After political unification in 1861, a national language was standardized on literary Tuscan and spread through schools, conscription, and mass media. It was said, "We have made Italy, now we must make Italians." Likewise, modern Hebrew was reinvented from liturgical and literary Hebrew to serve the Zionist nationalist project. Palestinians, like the Italians and the Zionists, experienced their own national awakening from the 19th into the 20th century.
And the devil is
That process was accelerated by British promises of freedom and self-rule, meant to persuade the Arabs to join Britain in fighting the Ottomans. The Zionists arrived and built European-style villages, planted European pine forests, and boasted of their European culture and values. They imagined they were reviving ancient Israel, but what they built looked more like Poland and Russia than Judea and Samaria. If they had wanted to see what the culture of the ancient Israelites looked like, they could have visited any Fellahin village. The Fellahin lived much as their Judean ancestors had lived 2,000 years earlier, but the Zionists despised this way of life as primitive and backward. European racist colonialism shaped their whitewashed vision of Israel. As Zionist founder Theodor Herzl wrote, "We should there form a part of a wall of defense for Europe and Asia, an outpost of civilization against barbarism." That colonial hierarchy extended even to Arab Jews. During the Mandate, labor Zionists used the Histadrut to keep Yemenite Jews from owning land or joining cooperatives, confined to life as cheap labor for the Ashkenazi settlement project. In 1949, Haaretz journalist Aryeh Gelblum wrote of North African Jews, "The primitiveness of these people is unsurpassable. As a rule, they are only slightly more advanced than the general level of the Arabs, Negroes, and Berbers in their countries."
Negroes.
That same year, an Israeli soldier writing home to his family in Morocco confessed,
Hold on.
"We came to Israel
I didn't
and
see the
thought we'd
word
find a
Negroes.
paradise."
That ain't what I... Hold on. Hold on. I'm trying to see what I saw. Bring that on back down. Let me take these readers off. They not readers. They that Blu-ray thing. Oh, okay. I had it too big. It did say Negroes. Okay. I had it just a little too big. It was cutting it off. You know. But it did say Negroes. Maybe I need to back it up so we can really see what it's saying for ourselves. Let's go. Come on.
"We should there form a part of a wall of defense for Europe and Asia, an outpost of civilization against barbarism." That colonial hierarchy extended even to Arab Jews. During the Mandate, labor Zionists used the Histadrut to keep Yemenite Jews from owning land or joining cooperatives, confined to life as cheap labor for the Ashkenazi settlement project. In 1949, Haaretz journalist Aryeh Gelblum wrote of North African Jews, "The primitiveness of these people is unsurpassable. As a rule, they are only slightly more advanced than the general level of the Arabs, Negroes, and Berbers in their countries." That same year, an Israeli soldier writing home to his family in Morocco confessed, "We came to Israel and thought we'd find a paradise here, but regrettably, it was the opposite. We saw Jews with hearts like Germans. If you want my advice, stay in North Africa. It's better than the land of Israel. The Zionist colonial racist worldview even applied to their treatment of non-European Jews. The Zionist narrative erased an indigenous Semitic people to justify the theft of their land. European Jews changed their names to sound more Semitic, moved into stolen houses, plowed stolen fields, and even rebranded Palestinian cuisine as Israeli. Yes. They even stole the hummus and the falafel. Zionism was European colonization masquerading as a nationalist movement.
Stole their food.
It was wholesale appropriation. The greatest act of identity theft in history. Thanks for watching.
Stole their food. That's like somebody coming in and stealing our soul food, y'all. Huh? They done stole their food. These people are something else, ain't they? They are so, I mean, talking about identity theft. They stole their identities, their food. That's why they said that not gonna sue me. BB not gonna sue me. That's why his tongue's so thick. He not a native. He don't have a native tongue. All of that type stuff. Because it ain't real. Understand? It ain't real. Like what are you saying? It's made up. It's what they say. Let's go back to her. Let's finish this off. Let's go. Wow, do I need to back her up a little bit? We done got a taste.
Quite literally be dating all the way back to 7th century. Like what he is describing, Vladimir, of these blood feuds that could quite literally be dating all the way back to 7th century. Like what he is describing, Vladimir Putin, that is,
Thank you,
between
Clarice.
Ukraine and Russia.
Good stuff. That's good tea.
Something that began in the 7th century. That is quite impressive. Again, not something that Americans could quite imagine, least of all when so much of our education is fake, right? Let's talk about Wikipedia as just one example. Wikipedia virtually exists not to actually tell you anything historically, but to obscure things historically. By like the slight removal of certain facts, they are able to realize that most people don't have a memory of things that have happened, let's call it even 50 years ago. Mm-hmm. And all they have to do is keep updating entries and wipe away a few things. And they can give you an entirely new narrative.
Exactly why we can't find, last night when we was looking for Erica Kirk with her maiden name before Charlie Kirk and after she won that contest that did not mention Trump in Wikipedia. And then it's a whole missing, six from 2012 to 2019. What did she do? They're trying to say that it's not true. So when I heard that other guy talking about there's no evidence of it, yeah, because y'all are erasing the evidence. That lady had a nonprofit over in Romania Angels Ministry. And she was fondling orphan kids. Yes. But it was during that time frame right there between 2012 and 2019 that you cannot find, and because it's been removed. Exactly. Let's go.
And it has been long understood that the ADL, like the slight removal of certain facts, they are able to realize that most people don't have a memory of things that have happened, let's call it even 50 years ago. And all they have to do is keep updating entries and wipe away a few things. And they can give you an entirely new narrative. Mm-hmm. And it has been long understood that the ADL has been effectively running, that's why I bring up the ADL again, handing Kyrie these demands. They've been running Wikipedia so much that now Wikipedia finds it offensive. So this is a recent article in Haaretz, that's an Israel-based newspaper.
Texas is feeling.
ADL faces Wikipedia ban over reliability concerns on Israel, anti-Semitism. ADL no longer appears to adhere to a serious mainstream and intellectually cogent definition of anti-Semitism, wrote an editor, whose request for a discussion about the ADL ultimately led to the ban. By JTA, Wikipedia's editors have voted to declare the Anti-Defamation League generally unreliable on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, adding it to a list of banned and partially banned sources. An overwhelming majority of editors involved in the debate about the ADL...
Y'all see this? This was a whole thing. It was a whole, not thing. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Pay attention, y'all. Listen with your good ear.
Wikipedia's editors have voted to declare the Anti-Defamation League generally unreliable on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, adding it to a list of banned and partially banned sources. An overwhelming majority of editors involved in the debate about the ADL also voted to deem the organization unreliable on the topic of anti-Semitism, its core focus. A formal declaration on that count is expected next. The decision about Israel-related citations, made last week, means that one of the most prominent and long-standing Jewish advocacy groups in the United States, and one historically seen as the leading U.S. authority on anti-Semitism, is now grouped together with the National Enquirer, Newsmax, and Occupy Democrats as a source of propaganda or misinformation in the eyes of the online encyclopedia. Moreover, in a near consensus, dozens of Wikipedia editors involved in the discussion said they believe the ADL should not be cited for factual information on anti-Semitism as well because it acts primarily as a pro-Israel organization, intends to label legitimate criticism of Israel as anti-Semitism. ADL no longer appears to adhere to a serious, mainstream and intellectually cogent definition of anti-Semitism, but has instead given into the shameless politicization of the very subject that it was originally esteemed for being reliable on, wrote an editor known as Iskander 323, whose request for a discussion about the ADL ultimately led to the ban.
Where they are saying the ADL faces a Wikipedia ban over reliability concerns on Israel and anti-Semitism. The ADL no longer appears to adhere to a serious, mainstream, and intellectually cogent definition of anti-Semitism. So what they're basically saying is like they're just putting their feelings in there, and they're saying a lot of stuff. But I think it's funny that they...
Hold on. Let's come up here right quick. Oh, Lord, I cut the volume down again. Trying to do more than one thing.
That just recently happened. No, it's always been that way, and I gave you that example yesterday. If we knew the history...
Semitism, but has instead given into the shameless politicization of the very subject that it was originally esteemed for being reliable on, wrote an editor known as Iskander 323, whose request for a discussion about the ADL ultimately led to the ban.
Where they are saying the ADL faces a Wikipedia ban over reliability concerns on Israel and anti-Semitism. The ADL no longer appears to adhere to a serious, mainstream, and intellectually cogent definition of anti-Semitism. So what they're basically saying is like they're just putting their feelings in there, and they're saying a lot of stuff. But I think it's funny that the Wikipedia is saying that just recently happened. No, it's always been that way, and I gave you that example yesterday. If we knew the history of the ADL, if we could learn that on Wikipedia, no one would support the ADL. Because the ADL, factually speaking, was founded to protect a pedophile named Leo Frank. This is very relevant. And by the way, I had a wonderful discussion yesterday with this Jewish PhD, a professor named and a writer named David Bashvikin on Twitter, because he heard about my episode talking about Sabbatianism, and I guess he assumes that I was going to say, like, this is what Jews worship, and I was actually saying the exact opposite. So I messaged him privately on Twitter, and we had this wonderful back forth speaking about how Jewish people and Christians actually need to unite and to do the research and to root out these satanic people that have infiltrated both of our faiths, including the Muslim, the Islamic faith as well. There has been an infiltration, and so we were having this back forth, and I was speaking to him about these Frankists and how they literally came to America, and the evidence of that is everywhere. And particularly, yes, this is how the ADL was born. They were born of B'nai B'rith. B'nai B'rith was this Freemason chapter that was based in Atlanta, and Leo Frank was the president of that chapter. He was incredibly wealthy. He ran a local pencil factory. During Passover of 1913, he viciously raped and murdered a young Catholic girl named Mary Fagan. Now, this I am bringing up again because this is something that if you are Jewish and you're interested in history, this is something that you could read a book on, and I think that it would plant a seed for you, that there are people that are purporting to be Jewish that are lying to you about things that have happened historically and getting you to defend these horrific people, like Leo Frank was a horrific person, on this false idea that what happened to Leo Frank was evidence of anti-Semitism. In fact, there's no evidence when you actually read the facts of his case that anything that happened to him was anti-Semitic. And yet, if you look up this entry on the Leo Frank case on Wikipedia, again, the ADLs controlled it forever, they are still trying to shift the blame of this horrific murder, which I believe was a ritualistic murder that took place because I believe that he was a Frankist. He descended from Jacob Frank. They are still trying to sell to the public that it's plausible that the black janitor did it. That is explicitly racist, okay? You have to be a moron, and I'm saying this with love in my heart, to believe that in 1913 Atlanta, okay, in the segregated South, that the judicial system decided to collude, right, to protect a black janitor, a poor black janitor who raped and killed a white girl. Like, that is just, it never happened, and yet the ADL is still trying to sell it.
Was Leo Frank innocent? See, a number of witnesses testified against Leo Frank's wandering hands. An alarming number of witnesses would claim that Leo Frank had a problem with harassing young women at the workplace. Some advocates of Frank's innocence have argued that this testimony was largely tittle-tattle, exaggerated statements designed to portray Frank as a pervert capable of murdering a teenage girl who spurned his advances. In 1913, Atlanta, as with the rest of the South, Jews were a relatively well-integrated and accepted part of the community. The Jewish community were regarded as part of the white population.
Not all liver supplements are made the same. Your liver carries out over 500 functions every single day, from aiding digestion to helping your body metabolize fats and sugars. It's the filter for everything you eat and drink. But modern life, processed foods, refined sugars, and environmental stresses can overwork your liver. Dose is a science-backed liver health supplement clinically shown to support liver enzyme levels and promote liver function. What makes Dose different? Each 2-ounce shot is packed with powerful herbs like milk thistle with 8 times the active compounds to support liver function, dandelion to help digestion and can ease bloating, and ginger to support steady energy, plus turmeric in a water-soluble form so your body absorbs more of its nutrients where it matters most. Simple, citrusy, and designed for daily use. Dose layers into your lifestyle so your liver can keep doing its 500 jobs day after day. Support your liver. Try Dose today.
Cozy up to the goodness of the new grilled cheese bacon burger. Angus beef, bacon, and Swiss and American cheese melting on our soft buttery and our new grilled cheese breakfast sandwich with sausage or bacon and a fried egg. Only at Hardee's.
I want to get Dr. Meyer's opinion on this. Classifying it as white Jew, because we know there's black Jews, you know. How does that make you feel? How does that initially hit you when I say, yeah, you know, if I said black and white Jewish relations?
I guess that's mostly what I deal with is in my courses is those interactions. I think, again, in America, most Jews are Ashkenazic Jews who are white. Sometimes part of the problem between the two communities is that some people will take advantage of that, will use their whiteness as a way of promoting themselves, as a way of integrating themselves into whatever community they want to be in by removing themselves and denigrating themselves from some other community.
Right.
I find that problematic.
Jewishness is categorized as whiteness.
Because when you get into this case, you recognize that they are an evil organization, and it's terrifying to think that this evil organization who in my view does not support Jewish people at all. That is not their purpose. In fact, like I said, I believe that they are a Frankist organization, as best evidenced by the fact that the ADL, right, decided to remove the Azov battalion, the ones that are carving swastikas into their bodies, the neo-Nazi Azov battalion in Ukraine. Well, they conveniently removed them from the hate list when suddenly they wanted to get behind the war in Ukraine, okay? A person that would remove literal, actual, verifiable neo-Nazis that have carved swastikas into their forehead from the hate list in order to further Zelensky's purposes are probably not looking out for the best interests of the Jewish people, right? So that's just a little nugget for you guys. Look into that case and recognize that not only was Leo Frank incredibly wealthy, they were essentially running this town. Again, he was the person, the superintendent of the factory. His wife was an unbelievably wealthy woman. There's a picture of him right there. He looks evil to me, okay, named Lucille Selig. If you think with all of that money and all of that power, and he tried to blame it on multiple people, not just this poor black janitor, but there was so much evidence was so overwhelming that when that little girl came to pick up her paycheck, that he got her into the office, he lured her into there, raped her, and then killed her, and then tried to get the janitor to write a letter so that he could offset his crime onto a poor black man.
The Jewish community were regarded as part of the white population. Anti-Semitism was rare in Atlanta. In this context,
they were
it does
classified as what? What did they say they was classified as?
So much evidence was so overwhelming that when that little girl came to pick up her paycheck, that
y'all remember when I make that comment? How are we supposed to know if they Jewish? I mean, how are we supposed to know? How are we supposed to know if they don't have that little thing on their head, and if they don't, I guess have that David thing? How are we supposed to know? They say all black people are black, right? Ain't all white people white? I have never been interested in breaking down. Oh no, they Scottish, they Irish. I have never. I don't care. They all white. So for them to assume that somebody knows, hell, there's no possible way, because some of y'all who saying y'all Jewish ain't even Jewish. You're not a real Jew. So how can that anti-Semite or sentiment or concrete or what? How can that stand up when hell you're not even a Jew? All of this mind manipulation bullshit. Yeah. And you're trying to play with God because you're trying to rewrite the Bible. I said this a couple of months ago. Let's go. Without even knowing how deep it goes. It was just crystal clear to me what was going on. Especially when I found out about 1948. So yes, they was considered white.
He got her into the office. He lured her into there, raped her, and then killed her, and then tried to get the janitor to write a letter so that he could offset his crime onto a poor black man.
The Jewish community were regarded as part of the white.
And let me take her down so y'all can see this for ourselves. See with our good eye. They were considered white. Let's go.
Crime onto a poor black man.
The Jewish community were regarded as part of the white population. Anti-Semitism was rare in Atlanta. In this context, it does not seem very likely that so many white Atlantans would be willing to commit perjury to see a fellow white man go to the gallows instead of any of the several black suspects that were also arrested by the police. See, Negroes, on the other hand, we were treated as third-class citizens. Negroes were stripped of many civic and legal rights, segregation, vilified, and often subjected to brutal violence and oppression. Most of the thousands of lynchings that occurred in this period
we reveal ourselves
men,
now.
often killed if there
We
was
just
even a
we just don't carry the
suspicion
title
that they had
unless you're
attempted to engage
unless
in
you say you're
relations
Israelite.
with
But
a
we
white
learning
woman.
now,
See, Leo Frank's
Dion.
defense team did not even attempt to cross-examine any of the teenage girls that testified at the trial that Leo Frank had made sexual advances to them. Here's another key point about the trial of Leo Frank. This is coming from the Leo Frank Case Research Library. It says, after questioning witnesses, carefully reviewing and meticulously deliberating over inquest testimony and grand jury evidence, a grand jury of 21 men, including 4
we
Jewish
waking it
members,
up.
indicted Leo M. Frank unanimously, 21-0, on Saturday, May 24th, 1913, exactly 4 weeks after Mary Fagan was murdered. The Frankite smearmongers like Dinnerstein and Alfin are essentially making anti-Jewish blood libel smears against one of the most progressive and greatest statesmen of 20th century Georgian history, and claiming Hugh Dorsey was anti-Semite and so twisted as a racist, he would rather see
Because they was
innocent
lying.
white Jew convicted for a crime he did not commit
Because
than a guilty
he was a
African-American
pedo and wanted to lie
rapist,
on
murderer,
somebody
die at the gallows for the bludgeoning rape and
a real Jew.
strangulation of Mary
Hold on,
Fagan.
let's go there. Let's go there. Let's go there. Let's go there. So he wanted to lie. So you came up with this anti-Semonite, synonym, Eminem, yeah, termite, because he was a pedo, and he wanted to be able to put it on a real Jew, a black man. You understand? I'ma hit it like that. Can I hit it like that? This fake cat who have problems with his being a PDFer wanted to put it on a black man, a real Jew. And when he was found guilty by all white people now, then they came up with this word. It started blasting it. Because a real black Jew man got off. And they charged the right person. A pedo. Wow. I'm going to say it like that.
Mary Fagan. Here's another interesting fact about this whole situation. Mary Fagan was murdered on April 26, 1913. That year, Passover began on Monday, April 21st.
So it was a sacrifice.
Unleavened bread on April 22nd and ended on Monday, April 28th.
It was a
Is it simply
sacrifice.
a coincidence that this murder occurred during the Passover? Does it give validity to the blood libel accusations in which it's believed that matzah bread was made from children's blood during the Passover? After all, she was
matzah bread. Hold on.
She was only 13 years.
What bread?
Accusations in which it's believed that matzah bread was made from children's blood during the Passover. After all,
y'all better stop eating them matzah
13 years old.
Bread balls.
Again, so overwhelming that you will just be like, what is going on? And there's little tidbits, of course, that are not included in the Wikipedia entry, like the fact that they hated Christians. They did. Okay, that's a fact.
And you know what else, Jim? I just want to say this to our Christian friends, you know. just to call it as it is and say it straight out, you guys are worshiping one Jew.
Thank you, Queen.
That's a mistake. You should be worshiping every single one of us because we all die for your sins every
Lord
single
have
day.
mercy.
And that's exactly what's going on here.
Yeah.
We're all God's firstborn, and we're dying for your sins right now because the Jewish people in the land of Israel are the bulwark against the orcs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? The orcs are coming not to a theater near you, but to your home.
Shut up. We don't do anything illegal. You cannot take us to jail. If you are not involved, please.
We got to start spreading the truth,
Shalom,
y'all.
my friend. We bless you.
You're in my country.
You come to the United States, you can say whatever you want to say. That is the free world, yes?
That we are the real, black people are the real,
Yes, you can. It's
Jews.
legal. It is legal to preach
We are
about
God's
Yeshua.
chosen.
We preach at Damascus Gate. The police said it's okay. We preach at Jaffa Gate. The police say it's okay.
And that pro-Israel is man-made to rewrite
I respect
and steal.
Doesn't have to respect you. We're not to respect you.
That is the right thing. Are you Jewish? Do you want to honor God? That is the godly thing to do. We respect one another.
The godly thing to do is to kill you.
The godly thing is to kill me.
The godly thing is that's the God of a devil.
It says that people who worship idols such as yourself, when there is a Sanhedrin,
to kill us.
Yes.
Okay.
Have 6 billion idol worshippers who makes God angry every second of their life. Indian, Chinese, Japanese, Tibet, Nepal, Thailand. So many. India alone is 500 million. China is 2 billion. So many. 2 billion Christians, which are idol worshippers. Between Chinese, Indian, Hindus, Buddhists.
What idol are we worshiping? He said an idol worshiper. Well, if that's the case, why are y'all... Oh, no. I'm not going to even entertain that.
Tibet, Nepal, Thailand. So many. India alone is 500 million. China is 2 billion. So many. 2 billion Christians, which are idol worshippers. Between Chinese, Indian, Hindus, Buddhists, and Christian, at least 6.5 billion people are idol worshippers that, according to the Torah, do not have the right to live. Idol worshipper goy, it's death penalty. Not only Jews, even a goy who bow down to an idol, who believe in JC, deserve death penalty.
But them Zionist people believe in that owl, that big old creature with them horns on their head.
That 99% of...
You can actually look at this book that was written as the comprehensive account of the Leo Frank case by a man named Leonard Dinerstein. And he shows this passage that Leo Frank's mother stood up and had an outburst in the middle of the hearing, referring to them as Christian dogs. Mrs. Frank, no, nor you either, you Christian dog. Conveniently missing, again, from the Wikipedia entry because the ADL, of course, is obscuring its own history. They also were involved in a lot of criminality.
Wikipedia editors will no longer use the Anti-Defamation League as a source for entries on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. The editors voted to declare the ADL as a, quote, generally unreliable on the conflict, adding it to their list of banned sources. For context, the ADL is a long-standing Jewish advocacy group. According to the Jewish Telegraph Agency, it's also expecting the editors will vote to declare the ADL unreliable on the group's core focus, anti-Semitism. Now, one Wikipedia editor known as Iskander323 wrote, quote, the ADL no longer appears to adhere to a serious, mainstream, and intellectually cogent definition of anti-Semitism, but has instead given in to the shameless politicization of the very subject that it was originally esteemed for being reliable on.
Sorry. Man, why don't I just leave stuff alone?
ATA goes on to list other reasons cited by editors for this ban.
Involvement, the FBI was looking into them, and yet today, remarkably, the ADL trains FBI agents. How could that be? How could it be that an organization that was being looked into for factually wiretapping people that was being looked into. Now suddenly they wipe their own history and they're training FBI agents. Not only that, but they share a building in Connecticut with the FBI. Does that make you comfortable, knowing what I've just told you about the ADL, that this would be happening? And obviously we got to see them flex their power when it came to TikTok. You know, Trump couldn't get it done when he signed an executive order saying, I'm worried about China, we should ban TikTok. But when the ADL wanted to do it, it took a day, a couple of phone calls, maybe some blackmail files. I don't know. I have no idea. But it's just incredible to see that people just got in line and were willing to go, yeah, no, we should definitely ban TikTok.
Christian influencers, okay? You said, you talked about the woke right, and you said, I call it the woke Reich. That's a brilliant observation. The woke Reich, because these people, you know, they're not any different from the woke left. I mean, they're insane, they're Louis. But they're actually meeting on some of the things. And what we have to do is we have to secure that part of the base of our support in the United States. That is being challenged systematically. A lot of this is done with money. Money of NGOs, vast. Money of governments, vaster. Okay? We have to fight back. How do we fight back? Our influences. I think you should also talk to them if you have a chance. To that community, they're very important. And secondly, we're going to have to use the tools of battle. You know, the weapons change over time. You can't fight today with swords. That doesn't work very well. Okay? And you can't fight with cavalry. That doesn't work very well. And you have these new things, you know, like drones, things like that. I won't get into that. But we have to fight with the weapons that apply to the battlefields in which we're engaged. And the most important ones are social media. And the most important purchase that is going on right now is TikTok. TikTok, number one.
So that's why Hilary
and I hope it goes
was bringing up TikTok.
It can be consequential. And the other one, what's the other one that's most important?
This is
X.
important work.
Very good.
Appreciate you educate people.
You know, so
Thank
we
you,
have to talk
Cooper.
to Elon. He's not an enemy. He's a friend. We should talk to him. Now, if we can get those two things, we get a lot. And I could go on other things, but that's not the point right now. We have to fight the fight. Okay? To give direction to the Jewish people and give direction to our non-Jewish friends or those who could be our Jewish our friends. Are we going to succeed with everyone? No. Will there be a strong counterpoint? Yes.
My energy bill dropped from $150 to $50 by doing this. My friends laughed at me when I spent $49 on a...
Now, the reason why I'm speaking to you about this is twofold, because it's very important for us to understand that, again, the job is to not just delete your ancestral history via never-ending wars, moving people around, large human trafficking operations, but to also create that 1984 scenario where essentially you don't have a memory of yesterday.
Hey, Flip
Everything's
Mode
just become like
Action.
an ever-present, right? People are
Thank
not
you.
even learning how to read. The establishment of public education, federal education, the Department of Education, and now kids are getting dumber and dumber and dumber, and they're just going to tell people what to think, of course, making it so that people react emotionally and not rationally. You're not going to be able to access books. You're not going to be able to read these books. Everything is just going to be an ever-present, and the state is going to tell you what to think. They're going to enslave humanity, in my view, in this way.
I think it was David Icke who woke me up to the ancient cults and the bloodlines that continued to these generations. And I think you're the first survivor, perhaps, who's actually detailed how that has continued over the ages. So if you could maybe expand on that a little bit, I think the viewers would find this fascinating.
What specifically would you like expanded on?
So what was the cult that you mentioned earlier, the ancient one?
The cult of Baal.
Baal, yes.
B-A-L.
Yep.
I know very little about it. My family masqueraded themselves as Jewish publicly. But behind closed doors, you know, at Passover dinners, when I was drugged, would admit, we are Satanists.
All of them. There is not one of them that has not been infiltrated by a satanic cult that practices pedophilia. Okay, listen to me. As a religious to read these books, everything is just going to be an ever present, and the state is going to tell you what to think. They're going to enslave humanity, in my view, in this way.
I think it was David I who woke me up to the ancient cults and the bloodlines that continue to these generations. And I think you're the first survivor, perhaps, who's actually detailed how that has continued over the ages. So if you could maybe expand on that a little bit, I think the viewers would find this fascinating.
What specifically would you like expanded on?
So what was the cult that you mentioned earlier, the ancient one?
The cult of Baal.
Baal, yes.
B-A-L.
Yep.
I know very little about it.
Hey, cut from a different cloth.
My family masqueraded themselves as Jewish publicly. But behind closed doors, you know, at Passover dinners, when I was drugged, would admit, we are Satanists.
All of them. There is not one of them that has not been infiltrated by a satanic cult that practices pedophilia. Okay, listen to me. As a religious sacrament. I am going to tell you what the name of this satanic cult is so that you can now do your own research. Now, I will caution you that you cannot, with this particular name, trust Wikipedia as a source because it's hiding in plain sight. But they have virtually wiped his name from the internet, despite the fact that he has garnered so much power that I am going to show you that a Supreme Court justice who openly worshipped this religion, okay? So again, they've infiltrated religions. They have infiltrated all of them, okay? This ends when Jews and Muslims and Christians come together and root out the Satanists. His name was Jacob Frank, okay? That is what you are going to look up. His name is Jacob Frank. Now, his birth name was actually Jacob Ben Leibowitz, and he was born in modern Ukraine. You will find that a lot of these Frankists, because that's what they are, that's what they call themselves, are out of modern Ukraine. He was born in Podolia, and at that time, you would say that it was, you could also say Poland, Ukraine, the Polish Ukraine region is where the Frankist cult took off. Okay.
Ain't that?
Now his beforehand
the
there was
words,
a man
BB.
named Sabbaty.
Come on, hold on. She said Poland, right? And which is, no, she didn't. She said Ukraine, Poland, which is where who is from? Who is from Poland? Who is originally from Poland but has committed identity theft? No, not what she's talking about right now. I'm talking about overall right now today. Who is from Poland? What is all the war about, y'all? Come on, the war. The war right now is going on in Israel. BB not gonna sue me. Yes. Come on, Cynthia. BB not gonna sue me. Benjamin Netanyahu. He is not Jew. He is from Poland. His name is Benjamin Molinowski. He has identity theft. So this same person that's pushing all of this, he's a war criminal, stealing land, unaliving people, natives, pushing out the natives to overthrow the land and take on their identity. He is from Poland. So just as she just said about them wiping a lot of Wikipedia, from regarding Ukraine. Now, ain't Romania, are they not a part of Ukraine? So when we trying to find Erica Kirk, Romania ministry, Angels Ministry on a military base, would that be some of the reason why we all of a sudden can't find it? And she had a whole 6-7 years just MIA. She going from Trump pageant to it pops back up at Turning Point. And so that time frame is just taken out of history. Yeah, come on. But the other cat was trying to say there is no proof in what she's saying. Oh, yes, it is. We're seeing it with our own eyes.
Sebastianism, you can look all of this up. I promise you on my locals page, I will provide you direct links so you can learn all of this so that you know. Out of modern Ukraine. He was born in Podolia, and at that time, you would say that it was, you could also say Poland, Ukraine, the Polish Ukraine region is where the Frankist cult took off, okay? Now, his before him, there was a man named Sabbaty Zivai. It's called like Sebastianism. You can look all of this up. I promise you on my locals page, I will provide you direct links so you can learn all of this so that you know which links you need to read, what books you need to buy to learn the fact,
You're
an
welcome,
established
Dorothy.
fact that these pedophiles are in power. Okay?
Absolutely.
He was sexually abused by a trusted teacher and then was shunned by his community as he tried to get
like
justice.
And Janine, the teen you're about to meet is the first sex abuse victim from New Square to ever seek justice from the courts.
He told me that he has the ability to read the palm of my hands.
Wait, what?
Yossi's life coach started to read other parts of his body.
Promise you on my locals page, I will provide you direct links so you can learn all of this so that you know which links you need to read, what books you need to buy to learn the fact, an established fact that these pedophiles are in power, okay?
He was sexually abused by a trusted teacher and then was shunned by his community as he tried to get justice.
And Janine, the teen you're about to meet is the first sex abuse victim from New Square to ever seek justice from the courts.
He told me that he has the ability to read the palm of my hands.
Yossi's life coach started to read other parts of his body. That
Life coach.
ritualistic abuse, Yossi says, dragged on 3 times a week for 4 agonizing months, each time Taubenfeld ordering him to stay silent.
Now, I learned about this quite accidentally,
Oh, wow.
by the way. I didn't mean to learn about this. I was so shocked. I was coming apart when I learned that Sigmund Freud created psychoanalysis to protect pedophiles. I thought, how could this be? How could Sigmund Freud do this? How could the world not be speaking about this? A guy who worked at the archives, learned German, read his notes, and discovered, this Harvard guy, that he was protecting pedophiles, that psychoanalysis was created as a means to convince rape victims who said, my dad raped me when I was a child, these women that were coming in to see him, that they were crazy. Gaslighting them. No, actually, you're just attracted to your dad. That is the origin story of Sigmund Freud.
Oh,
I
wow.
landed upon a book. I believe the book was written, and you can look this up, Sky. Was it David Bacon? I'm going to look this up, guys, so mind the typing here because I want to make sure I give you this exact book because I was interested in Freud. Let's see what this is called. That he was protecting pedophiles, that psychoanalysis was created as a means to convince rape victims who said, at the archives, learned German, read his notes, and discovered, this Harvard guy, that he was protecting pedophiles, that psychoanalysis was created as a means to convince rape victims who said, my dad raped me when I was a child, these women that were coming in to see him, that they were crazy. Gaslighting them. No, actually, you're just attracted to your dad. That is the origin story of Sigmund Freud. I landed upon
It
a
was more
book. I
common
believe
for
the book was
Roman
written,
men to
and you can look this up, scholars.
have a little
David
boy
Bacon.
back
I'm going to
then.
look this up, guys. So
If
mind
they
the typing
didn't,
here
it
because I want
was
to make sure I
thought
give you
something
this
was wrong
exact
with
book
them.
because I was interested in
Wow. Learned that in
Freud.
college
Let's see
years
what this is
ago.
called.
Bet they
I
not
think it is David
teaching
Bacon. I think I got that
that
right.
no
Yes, it's
more.
called
Show not.
Sigmund Freud and the Jewish Mystical Tradition. Okay, David Bacon is. I'm pretty sure he is a historian. I think he worked at
Wow.
pedophiles. I thought, how could this be? How could Sigmund Freud do this? How could the world not be speaking about this? A guy who worked at the archives, learned German, read his notes, and discovered, this Harvard guy, that he was protecting pedophiles, that psychoanalysis was created as a means to convince rape victims who said, my dad raped me when I was a child, these women that were coming in to see him, that they were crazy. Gaslighting them. No, actually, you're just attracted to your dad. That is the origin story of Sigmund Freud. And I landed upon a book. I believe the book was written, and you can look this up, scholars, David Bacon. I'm going to look this up, guys, so mind the typing here because I want to make sure I give you this exact book because I was interested in Freud. Let's see what this is called.
Wow.
I think it is David Bacon. I think I got that right. Yeah.
So when Trump said that graping has been going on for millions of years, I guess that was the first truth. You know, this pattern for them that seems odd to us is an ongoing. It's been going on for years. Wow. And so now the whole gaslighting, a mental manipulation, why people don't want to say anything about it, because, and the fact that they turn it on the victims, and it always have pissed me off about the rug because you make the victim out to be the victim and give the predator a pass. But I guess this mind manipulation to turn it around and convince you, no. Your dad didn't, the predator did not do that. You were just attracted to him. So you wanted it because you was really desiring them. But it really didn't happen. I mean, wait, what? Oh man, this is so messed up.
Yes, it's called Sigmund Freud and the Jewish Mystical Tradition. Okay, David Bacon.
I can't get past this.
Now, I learned about this quite accidentally, by the way. I didn't mean to learn about this. I was so shocked. I was coming apart when I learned that Sigmund Freud created psychoanalysis to protect pedophiles. I thought, how could this be? How could Sigmund Freud do this? How could the world not be speaking about this? A guy who worked at the archives, learned German, read his notes, and discovered, this Harvard guy, that he was protecting pedophiles, that psychoanalysis was created as a means to convince rape victims who said, my dad raped me when I was a child, these women that were coming in to see him, that they were crazy. Gaslighting them. No, actually, you're just attracted to your dad. That is the origin story of Sigmund Freud. And I landed upon a book. I believe the book was written, and you can look this up, scholars, David Bacon. I'm going to look this up, guys, so mind the typing here because I want to make sure I give you this exact book because I was interested in Freud. Let's see what this is called. I think it is David Bacon. I think I got that right. Yes, it's called Sigmund Freud and the Jewish Mystical Tradition. Okay, David Bacon is, I'm pretty sure he is a historian. I think he worked at Columbia, but I'm going to look this up for you guys right here. Okay, he was a major influence in how the field of psychology implemented the use of statistics, blah, blah, blah. He went to Brooklyn College. He went to Ohio State University. He taught at University of Chicago, Ohio State, Harvard, York University, and he got quite interested in the Jewish mystical tradition and learned that psychoanalytic concepts actually derived from Kabbalah, okay?
This is how the Zohar interprets the opening words of Genesis. The Hebrew is Bereshit bara Elohim, which we usually translate, in the beginning, God created. But the Zohar insists on reading the words in the precise order in which they appear in Hebrew. Bereshit, in the beginning. Bara, it created. Elohim, God. In the beginning, it created God. The Zohar takes that to mean, in the beginning, infinity created God. Now, what could that possibly mean? God is now the object of the verse, not the subject, which sounds impossible or heretical, but the Zohar, I think, is saying that
It sounds manipulated to me.
infinity is the true reality of God. Anything else that we call God is puny.
Stop using to-do lists.
Come on, stop it!
I know that sounds insane, but hear me out. Because I can prove the very system that you're using.
It is utterly absurd to suggest that the people who worship, who deem the Torah to be their holy book, are all worshiping the Kabbalah, the Zohar. What he discovered in his work, right, and when you read that book you will see this, was that Sigmund Freud was a Kabbalist, and he starts speaking at length about this great Jewish schism that happened when a bunch of Jewish people believed that Jacob Frank was their Messiah. Until they realized, and actually Jews were the first one who expelled the Frankists. They said, get the heck out of here, what are you doing? After they had a sexual ritual, they were actually expelled from the region. They realized, what the heck is this? And at that moment, what the Frankists did was there was a mass conversion, because they taught this as a religious rite. You have to deceive and you have to infiltrate. They converted into the Catholic faith, okay? Not all of them. Some of them converted into the Catholic faith, and you will see down the line as you study this that some of them converted back, and some of them went Christians, and that they encouraged over and over again for them to essentially deceive the world through mass conversions. Now, Jacob Frank had a daughter named Eva Frank, and let me tell you how disgusting this Frankist religion is. He had sex with her. It's incestuous, openly incestuous, of course, because this is what their sexual rituals were all about, and he deemed her essentially to be the unholy Mary. Now, how powerful was Jacob Frank? Well, the rumors, which I have not been able to find an actual fact on this, is that he was sponsored by the Rothschilds. Now, again, that's a rumor. What I can tell you is he definitely had a lot of money because he purchased a castle. In Offenbach, Germany, Jacob Frank had a castle. Him and his daughter lived in this castle, and people that were Frankists came to them, they worshipped them, they made sacrifices to them, and of course, they had sexual rituals. This is all, I'm telling you, all of this stuff, it should be blowing your mind, and unbelievably, it's all true, okay?
Most definitely blowing our
Now, to my
mind.
French people wondering what the hell happened to your nation. Well, the French Revolution happened to your nation. How did that happen to your nation? Well, the Frankists, during this conversion, and you can look this up, one of the names that Jacob Frank went under, because they taught each other to continually keep changing your names, was a man named Moses de Bruschka. He was Jacob Frank's cousin. He was one of the leaders of the French Revolution. The Frankists went down to France, and they went to overthrow it in a revolution, because ultimately they believed that they would inherit the earth through deception, through deceptive means, and
Right
a ton of
there.
sexual rituals along the way, which they believed gave them power. Now, America, if you're thinking, okay, well, Candace, that may have happened in the 1700s, but there's no way that there are Frankists in America, I'm going to ask you something right now. Pivot your browser, open up your browser, and I want you to look up the first, and again, I'm doing air quotations here, Jewish Supreme Court Justice. The first Jewish. He's not Jewish. He doesn't worship the Torah. I'll tell you what he worships when you look up. His name is Louis Brandeis. You guys know him because you're thinking Brandeis University. I've heard of that. Well, it's a very powerful family. He had a Supreme Court Justice named Louis Brandeis. And then as you scroll through his Wikipedia, you're going to learn that he kept a photo of Eva Frank on his desk, the unholy, the non-virgin Eva Frank, who from this castle had sexual rituals, incest with her father, who had people bringing her gifts, that the Brandeis family were committed Frankists. They believed in pedophilia. They believed in this as a sacrament, okay? They believed in blood rituals on holidays. They believed that you had to sacrifice people. All of this is in the books, okay? They believed people died in this castle blood ritual sacrifice. And this is not libelous, so you can spare me this is blood libel, because again, these people are no more Jews than they are Christians.
I will say that my number one
Oh,
line and
wow.
probably my favorite duty that I have every day is the car line. That is your number one.
There is an elite cabal, and the way that they have done this has been absolutely stunning, okay? It's amazing. They've done it through deception.
Y'all, please get the likes
They have
up.
convinced a bunch of well-meaning Jews that I grew up with, that you grew up with, the people that we know, of course, are not engaging on Passover in blood sacrifices and things of that nature. They have deluded them into protecting the Frankists when the Frankists get caught. Because they go, oh my God, look, they're saying that a Jewish person did this, anti-Semitism. And then well-meaning Jews who have nothing to do with the Frankists raise up and they protect these people who are pedophiles. What is the ADL? Who is Leo Frank?
What's your thoughts? Please be
Oh,
respectful
wow.
with your comments.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Do I keep going on, y'all, or do I need to stop? What do I need to do? What do I need to? Oh my God! This. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh wow! Okay. Oh my God! Okay. Now what's?
When Vladimir Jabotinsky published his essay, "The Iron Wall,"
I'm gonna get back over
a
there.
manifesto for the colonization of Palestine, it became the blueprint for the political movement he founded. Revisionist Zionism.
They don't lie on their kids.
Jabotinsky believed that trying to end anti-Semitism in Europe was a fool's. The story of the Zionism that rules Israel today begins in 1923, when Vladimir Jabotinsky published his essay, "The Iron Wall," a manifesto for the colonization of Palestine. It became the blueprint for the political movement he founded. Revisionist Zionism.
Oh, wow.
Jabotinsky believed that trying to end anti-Semitism in Europe was a fool's errand, a dangerous illusion that put Jewish survival at risk. If Jews were to survive, they needed a Jewish state that emulated the European model, a model of colonial dominance. He had no illusions about what it would take to build such a state in Palestine. Jabotinsky warned that every native population, civilized or not, regards its lands as its national home, of which it is the sole master. This is equally true of the Arabs. You would never hear Jabotinsky spouting nonsense like a land without people for a people without land. He was clear that Palestine had a native population and that every native population in the world resists colonists as long as it has the slightest hope of being able to rid itself of the danger of being colonized. This was an obstacle that could not be negotiated away. It could only be overcome with force. Jabotinsky thought it would be impossible to transfer the Palestinian population, but that once you had eliminated the Palestinian leadership and any armed resistance and crushed any shred of hope among the population, then, and only then, you could start talking about offering the surviving population rights. In 1923, one thing was missing: an operational model to turn the Iron Wall from theory into practice. Fascist Italy provided that model. In 1922, in a letter to Mussolini, Jabotinsky suggested a parallel between the two movements. If you want to understand our level of vitality, please study your own fascists and add only some tragedy, some tenacity, perhaps more experience. He adopted the symbols, uniforms, salutes, and paramilitary structure of Italian fascism for his militarized youth movement, Betar. The admiration was mutual. Mussolini had this to say about Jabotinsky: "For Zionism to succeed, you need to have a Jewish state with a Jewish flag and Jewish language. The person who understands that is your fascist Jabotinsky." In 1934, with Mussolini's personal approval, Betar established a naval academy in Civitavecchia, Italy. There, cadets were trained directly by officers of Mussolini's Royal Italian Navy. Mussolini saw fascist Zionism in Palestine as an ally in ending English power in the Mediterranean. This collaboration ended abruptly in 1938, when Mussolini, aligning himself with Hitler, enacted Italy's racial laws, expelling all Jews from the fascist party and shuttering Jewish institutions, including the Betar Naval Academy. The revisionists lost their fascist ally, but not their fascist ideology. The same militarism and ultranationalism that shaped Betar were mirrored in the Irgun, the revisionist movement's military wing. When the British placed limits on Zionist colonization and immigration in 1939, the revisionist movement declared war. The Irgun and its more extremist offspring, Lehi, assassinated British officers and soldiers, blew up railways, government offices, military barracks, bridges, and ships, and launched a terror campaign against Palestinian Arabs. They bombed buses, cafes, and Arab marketplaces, where bombs routinely killed dozens of Arab civilians at a time. Perhaps the most revealing moment came in 1948. The United Nations appointed Swedish Count Folke Bernadotte as mediator to bring peace to Palestine. Bernadotte wasn't just a diplomat. He was a hero who had personally secured the release of thousands of Jews from Nazi concentration camps. But when Bernadotte proposed a peace plan that included the right of return for Palestinian refugees and limits on Israeli territorial expansion, the revisionist movement reacted with immediate deadly force. On September 17, 1948, Lehi terrorists ambushed Bernadotte's convoy in Jerusalem and machine-gunned him at point-blank range. Colonel André Serrault, the French UN observer killed alongside Bernadotte, had a deep personal bond with the Count. Just 3 years earlier, Bernadotte had rescued Serrault's Jewish wife, Bertha Grunfelder, from the Ravensbrück concentration camp. The assassination of Bernadotte was approved by Lehi leaders Yitzhak Shamir, Nathan Yellen Moore, and Yisrael Eldad, who went on to become Israel's prime minister, a member of the Knesset, and a prominent right-wing intellectual, respectively. The shooter was Yehoshua Cohen, who was never punished. Incredibly, Cohen later served as David Ben-Gurion's personal bodyguard at the kibbutz, where Israel's founding prime minister retired. Menachem Begin, the former Irgun commander, became Israel's first revisionist prime minister in 1977, followed by Yitzhak Shamir, a former Lehi leader, and later Ariel Sharon, who embodied the revisionist creed of unilateral force without negotiation. Benjamin Netanyahu is the most distilled product of this lineage, raised in a revisionist Zionist household with its principles drilled into him from birth. Netanyahu's politics, his rejection of Palestinian rights, his embrace of permanent military domination and aversion to negotiation, is simply the iron wall made permanent. Jabotinsky's dream of fascist settler colonialism triumphed over every competing vision of Zionism. But there was one fatal flaw in his thinking. The leadership and fighters of the Palestinian resistance have been eliminated repeatedly. But there is, it turns out, an endless supply of replacements from a people who refuse to bend the knee. If the Iron Wall was meant to break Palestinian resistance forever, then that resistance stands as living proof of the Iron Wall's. Jabotinsky's heirs will never have a docile, compliant Palestinian population. Not then, not now, not ever. Thanks for watching. Please hit the like and subscribe buttons if you would like to see more content like this.
This is way too much. It is way too much. I'm getting confused on where I need to be. Hold on. Hold on. Y'all please hit the like button. This is, and Hilary had the nerve to say that the young people are not educated. Yeah. Because y'all been trying to brainwash for years. And y'all, this is crazy as hell to me. And they think they are the woke community, the right community. This is crazy as hell. Lord, please continue to protect us. Protect us. Y'all, please double tap the face of your phone. Please. Please. What time is it? Please. Before I go there, let me hear this.
U.S. military support to counter any.
When I say heavy tongue, when I say the fake, when I say he fake and he has learned this language, as he, go back, as he has hijacked it, hear how heavy this tongue is. I bet you his tongue weighed damn near 10 pounds in his mouth. You know, all of that. Let's hear this.
זכור את אשר עשה לך עמלק נצטווינו. אנו זוכרים ואנו נלחמים.
This is Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu defending Israel's current war on Palestine's Gaza with biblical reasoning. Netanyahu invoked the notion of Amalek in reference to a holy war between good and evil cited in the Torah.
Well, Benjamin Netanyahu knows that he depends heavily on the United States to veto any UN resolutions critical of Israel's behavior. And he needs US military support to counter any threat from Syria or Lebanon.
But it's not just Netanyahu. Such
I'm just trying to understand okay, so the religion that they are under, they don't have, see, this is what happened. You wouldn't need another country if you trust in God. Yeah, but you weak. You weak without a country. You weak without getting the U.S. these dumbass, money hungry ass men. I can't even say. Yeah, I'm just gonna say men. I don't know how Clinton ain't up in here. To choose money over God. So they don't care.
In 1978, then President Jimmy Carter mentioned that the establishment of Israel was the fulfillment of a biblical prophecy.
It actually goes back to the 1960s.
How can you say that? If
Israel was the fulfillment of a biblical
Israel
prophecy.
was in place back in before Christ. No, not before Christ. Yeah, before Christ. How can you say it was established? The establishment of. That right there let you know that this is not fulfilling a biblical prophecy. You're creating a man-made biblical prophecy. Because what's already in place is what is already was supposed to be in place was already in place. It was already there. So the establishment of the nation of Israel is a fulfillment of this is the lie. It's a lie.
Of Israel was the fulfillment of a biblical prophecy.
It actually goes back to the 1960s. Jimmy Carter, Ronald Reagan, with the Six-Day War, it was kind of the wake-up call for evangelical, Bible-believing Christians, particularly in America, and it was exploited as the fulfillment of Bible prophecy.
Amid Israel's current bombing campaign in Gaza, the rhetoric has turned more wild. American evangelical pastors who are staunch supporters of Zionism just can't stop repeating biblical prophecies.
Israel, fasten your seatbelt. You're seeing Bible
Y'all get the
prophecy
like up.
fulfilled in your lifetime.
Satan is still at his same goal because prophecy talks about how Messiah will come back again.
So, what is Christian Zionism? Christian Zionism is centered around an end-of-the-world interpretation of Christianity, the belief in the return of Jewish people to Israel, leading to the second coming of Jesus Christ. It is one of the common factors that binds Christian Zionists with Zionism.
Christian Zionism predates Jewish Zionism by at least 50 years, and today dominates the Zionist movement at least 10 to 1, probably nearer 20, 30 to 1. For every Jewish Zionist, there are 20 or 30 Christian Zionists. And therefore, Netanyahu knows he needs the Christian, particularly the Christian right in America, Canada, Sweden, Holland, much of Europe, in order to maintain his position and to continue the expansion of the Zionist agenda in Palestine.
And over the decades, this influential movement has dictated US foreign policy when it comes to the Israel-Palestine conflict.
Holland, much of Europe, in order to maintain his position and to continue the expansion of the Zionist agenda in Palestine.
And over the decades, this influential movement has dictated US foreign policy when it comes to the Israel-Palestine conflict. Remember when former US President Donald Trump made a candid confession during a rally in 2020?
And we moved the capital of Israel to Jerusalem. That's for the evangelicals. You know, it's amazing with that. The evangelicals are more excited about that than Jewish people. It's really, right? It's incredible.
Currently, more than 100 members of the US Congress can be identified as evangelical. Joe Biden, the current US president, has openly identified as a Zionist.
You need not be a Jew to be a Zionist.
You need not be a Jew to be a Zionist. Lord have mercy. Are y'all listening to what y'all good here? Oh, Lord. Some just... So Biden said you need not be a Jew to be a Zionist.
US president has openly identified as a Zionist.
You need not be a Jew to be a Zionist.
There are hundreds of organizations in the United States founded by Christian Zionists that call for public support for the state of Israel, the biggest among them being Christians United for Israel, with 10 million members led by the evangelist John Hagee.
God is getting ready to defend Israel in such a supernatural way. It's going to take the breath out of the lungs of the dictators on planet Earth.
Evangelical support for Israel does not just stop at political lobbying, influencing foreign policy, and mobilizing public opinion, but also fundraising and organizing tours of the occupied West Bank, including funding settlements in the occupied territories, which are illegal under international law. Evangelicals also oppose the two-state solution, believing that dividing the land will incur God's disfavor.
It's Israel's strategy in the occupied territories and in Gaza. It is to depopulate them and steal more and more land. And if you believe that there's going to be a war of Armageddon, that we are on God's side, Israel's on God's side, and anyone who opposes us is on the enemy's side.
And this bias is reflected in the polls, where a majority of Americans are supporting Israel over Palestinians amid the current conflict.
So there is absolutely no justification for the killing of civilians, for genocide, for the kind of saturation bombing we're seeing in Gaza at the moment. And Netanyahu knows that. And so he's pulling out of scripture a verse here, a verse there, to try and placate his main
Manipulate.
constituency, which is the Christian Zionist movement.
To manipulate. Oh man, I didn't mean to hit that. Hold on.
When customers understand that the supply chains can effectively react, adjust, and recover, they're able to.
I have no idea what I just accidentally hit. My God.
There aren't words to describe what happened on October 7th, other than the face of evil was revealed for the entire world to see. And we stand as one with you, with Israel.
The October 7th attack by Hamas and the start of Israel's most devastating war on Gaza in history was a galvanizing moment for conservative Christian broadcasters in the United States.
The Lord, talking to Israel, will keep you from all evil. He will keep your life. I want to say to people, it's time for you to get to it.
I don't want to hear that fakeness. I'm trying to. Hold on. I'm trying to do to what? Hold on, y'all.
Israel.
I mean, the manipulation. And I remember back in the day, that CBN stuff used to take over the TV on a Sunday, didn't it? Oh my God, y'all don't know nothing about that. Hold on, I thought I had something. I got so much stuff pinned, y'all. It ain't even funny. It's not, because this stuff is. Let me get up here.
During the last year of his life, Sigmund Freud was old.
Of all the great figures in psychology, perhaps Sigmund Freud.
Y'all get the likes up.
Of all the great figures in psychology, perhaps Sigmund Freud is the most important.
They had me.
We all speak Freud. Every time we...
What, did they have you?
Of all the...
He looked like he a PDFer.
Sigmund Freud is the most important.
We all speak Freud. Every time we turn around and say, oh, he's so anal, or that person is a control freak, or talk about Freudian slips, or even speculate about him.
Or he was a narcissist.
He was intellectual, he was an eccentric. At times he was an abuser of substances.
I think history has been complex in its relation to Sigmund Freud. He's both valued and devalued. He's idealized and he's denigrated.
In 1938, during the last year of his life, Sigmund Freud was old and sick, but his mind was still sharp.
I discovered some important new facts about the unconscious. Out of these findings grew a new science, psychoanalysis.
And with psychoanalysis, Sigmund Freud opened the doors to the unconscious,
forever changing the way we view the human mind. The late 1800s marked the end of the Victorian Age,
Please
a period of extreme
get the lights
puritanical
up.
restrictions. Any
Yes.
expression of human sexuality was considered an outrage. Respectable women only went to their doctors with a chaperone. Personal matters were never discussed in polite society. Professional therapists didn't exist, and people with psychological problems had nowhere to go. Mental patients were treated like outcasts. They were put in asylums and received antiquated, and in some cases, even barbaric care.
Mm-hmm.
Treatments included alternating hot and cold baths, lengthy periods of drug-induced sleep, and in some cases, brain surgery that resulted in death. It was in the midst of this, in 1886,
Yeah.
Dr. Sigmund Freud began treating patients with a simple but radical approach. He listened.
Physicians of that day prescribed, but they didn't listen. They were the authorities. The patient was expected to, in effect, obey and listen to the doctor.
And they got misinformation.
Listening to a patient's life history was an entirely new development.
Freud's goal was to get his patients to talk as much as possible about anything and everything. In Freud's office, no subject was taboo. But rather than interview them face to face, he had his patients lie on a couch turned away from him, so that they would be more comfortable revealing their deepest thoughts. If his methods seemed peculiar, the theories behind them were even more outlandish. Sigmund Freud developed a revolutionary new way of thinking about the human mind. He introduced the idea of the unconscious. Freud believed that the unconscious is a place where we bury conflicts such as painful memories or unacceptable thoughts that we do not want to deal with. And this can make conscious life more difficult.
He said the unconscious is the real us, buried down like the bottom of an iceberg. All we see is the tip of the iceberg above the surface of the ocean. That's the present day us. But what really makes us is the downstairs, the subconscious. We are driven by sexual desires, for example, that lay dormant but are trying to somehow affect our behavior.
Freud was convinced that if his patients could bring their repressed thoughts to the surface through conversation, they would have to confront them. This alone could diminish their anxieties and eventually relieve them of their symptoms.
This central Freudian notion of the unconscious mind is the one that everyone has to deal with, whether they accept it or reject it. They cannot ignore it. There aren't that many ideas within the history of ideas that have that kind of galvanizing power.
At first, the mainstream medical community met Freud with scorn and derision. They labeled him a radical and revolutionary, a description that suited him even as a child. Sigmund Freud grew up in a poor Jewish neighborhood in Vienna. As a boy, Sigmund was a brilliant, ambitious, and opinionated student.
At school, I was always the bold oppositionist, always on hand when an extreme had to be defended.
One could say that, in a certain sense, as we look at Freud's accomplishments, that he was already at a very young age in a class by himself.
At 17, Freud graduated high school and entered the University of Vienna to study medicine.
Medicine was a good way for a young Jewish boy who was very bright to make a career for himself. But Freud also clearly had a great deal of scientific curiosity. He always had, from his youth, this kind of questing. He would put himself a problem and then just go after it until he solved it.
In 1882, Freud began an internship at the General Hospital in Vienna, and for the next 3 years, he experimented with a number of different specialties, including neurology. Freud was consumed by his research, but the 26-year-old was also in love. It was during his internship that Freud met Martha Bernays, a lively, intelligent woman. Martha came from a good Austrian family.
This was his great love, and he struggled to win her and to get together enough money to be able to marry her, and it's over several years that this unfolds.
Only one thing stood in their way. Sigmund Freud was unknown. He would have to make a name for himself first. Freud redoubled his efforts at the hospital. He dreamt of making a discovery that would make him famous, wealthy, and benefit mankind. He soon pinned his hopes for fame and fortune on a little-known drug, which seemed to hold great promise as an anesthetic and as a treatment for exhaustion and depression. It was cocaine. Freud believed in cocaine so much that he began using the drug himself, and even sent some to Martha. Freud said cocaine helped him relax in social situations and made him feel more like a man.
You perceive an increase in self-control, more vitality and more capacity for work. This result is enjoyed without any of the unpleasant aftermaths which accompany exhilaration from alcoholic means.
Anxious to capitalize on his discovery, Freud published a paper extolling the drug's virtues. But Freud deeply regretted his haste after the drug's addictive properties became known. It was a huge blow for Freud professionally.
It was a source of great disappointment for Freud because he had hoped to be the discoverer of local anesthesia, cocaine being first used effectively as a local anesthetic. It's possible that Freud even thought it had certain aphrodisiac qualities.
In 1885, Freud's career took a momentous turn for the better. That year, his research in neurology led him to Paris to study the problem of hysteria with Dr. Jean-Marie Charcot. Hysteria had become a catch-all diagnosis for patients who exhibited an array of physical symptoms like spastic tics and speech impairments with no known medical cause. Hysteria was widely believed to be incurable, but Charcot disagreed.
Charcot felt that hysteria was not necessarily degenerative, that it was possible to think in terms of cure, and that it was a condition of psychological origin. And this is the beginning for Freud. Freud's year with Charcot was really a turning point for him.
The experience of Charcot was very significant for the impression it made on Freud. People under hypnosis could become aware of thoughts, feelings, fantasies, issues that they were not consciously aware of. So it gave Freud a beginning feeling for the unconscious mind.
Determined to explore this further, Freud went to work with Joseph Breuer, a prominent Viennese physiologist who was also researching hysteria. Breuer had been treating a patient named Anna O with a revolutionary new therapy, the talking treatment.
Breuer learned that bringing Anna O back to earlier experiences which were disturbing to her and having her relive them and talk about them, talk them out, she symptomatically made extraordinary improvements in her condition. And it was Anna O herself, the patient, who coined the term the talking treatment.
The work of Charcot and Breuer intrigued Freud. In 1886, he opened his own practice, dedicated to treating hysteria and other nervous diseases. However, Freud's practice wasn't an immediate success. He experimented with a variety of techniques, including electrotherapy and hypnosis, but his results were disappointing.
He discovered by putting a person under a hypnotic spell that you can get them to remember things that they have forgotten, to make associations between memories that had not been clear to them, and you can produce a temporary alleviation of symptoms, but it didn't last. Then I had the further difficulty that it was difficult to make a determination between a person's memory and something that might be suggested by the hypnotist. And Freud became very cautious about suggestibility.
Determined to avoid suggestion, ultimately Freud abandoned hypnotism, and he developed a new technique based on Joseph Breuer's talking treatment called free association. For Freud, free association meant encouraging his patients to speak freely, with as little censorship or guidance as possible. This process not only seemed to make Freud's patients feel better, but more importantly, over time, his patients' ramblings revealed to Freud their underlying conflicts.
If patients like Anna O were allowed and encouraged to speak freely, inevitably, the disturbing experiences that they brought up, connected with their symptoms, began to go back to adolescence and childhood.
One such case was known as the burnt pudding case. It involved a woman who, as a child, had been abused by her father. Coincidentally, there was a smell of burnt pudding coming from the kitchen at the time.
Years later, she was a nanny working for a family, and the father was again an abusive man. One day during one of these abusive episodes, not directed at her, the cook was burning the pudding. And the combination of the intense emotional experience triggered by the recurrence of the smell brought on a hysterical symptom.
As more and more of Freud's patients began recalling incidences of abuse from their childhood, Freud arrived at a bold conclusion that he would later come to regret. All hysteria was caused by sexual abuse during childhood. And Freud even went further, theorizing that unconscious sexual urges begin in infancy and drive much of human behavior. None of this sat well in Victorian Vienna.
The Times certainly did not favor any unedited, unexpurgated discussion of sex. That much we can say automatically. And certainly the public in Vienna, back in that time, didn't want to deal with issues of sexual molestation any more than they really wanted to acknowledge all kinds of other problems inside and outside of homes.
Despite his unconventional theories, Freud's own home life was traditional. Having married the love of his life, Martha Bernays, the Freuds had 6 children during their first 9 years of marriage. They settled into a typical domestic arrangement. While Martha managed the family, Sigmund Freud was consumed by his work.
Freud not only saw patients 5 and 6 days a week, but some of the patients went with him on his vacations and continued their analytic work there.
I cannot imagine life without work as really comfortable. I find amusement in nothing else.
Freud's analytic work didn't stop with his patients. When his father died in 1896, Freud's grief moved him to begin a process of self-analysis. In effect, Dr. Sigmund Freud became his own patient.
He was his own best subject. He realized the benefit of releasing some of these subconscious issues of his own, and then felt that it was important for each individual psychologist to have worked these issues through on their own to be able to better treat the patient.
In his efforts to better access his unconscious mind, Freud discovered a whole new road to the unconscious, the dream. Over time, he theorized that dreams were a place where the mind runs uncensored, playing out thoughts and memories we dare not discuss in the waking world. Freud believed that dreams could provide him with remarkable access to the repressed thoughts in his own mind, as well as his patients.
Oh, totally opposite. Zionists
were viewed
totally opposite of Christ.
Before Freud. They were of fantastic importance, prophecies
Mental manipulation.
about the future. They were almost divine messages. They were also considered to be nonsense, just waste products of the sleeping mind. Now, what Freud did was to elevate dreams into the realm of scientific observation and discovery. He showed that dreams had a meaning.
This is why they be playing with these kids.
Freud presented his ideas on dreams to the world in 1899 in one of his most controversial books. He called it simply The Interpretation of Dreams.
When Freud published The Interpretation of Dreams, it sold less than 100 copies initially. I mean, it was a book that had initially no resound in the world.
Reviews of the interpretation of dreams were few and unflattering, and Freud's theories were condemned as repugnant.
Freudianism is digging down into the sewage of our moods and appetites, dreams and passions.
Dr. Freud lives in the fairyland of dreams among the ogres of perverted sex.
His theories lend themselves with terrible ease to the uses of ignorance and quackery.
These theories were frightening to a great many people. They certainly challenged
Absolutely.
the establishment. I think it would be an exaggeration to say that people thought he was insane, although I'm sure there were some who did.
Dogged by resistance
They only
to change,
wanted
Freud faced an uphill battle.
believing when it suits
There
their
followed
need.
a period of absolute helplessness. At that time, I would gladly have dropped the whole thing. Perhaps I persevered only because I had no longer any choice of beginning something else.
But Freud had confidence in his work, and he remained committed to his theories. In the early 1900s, a small number of like-minded men became interested in Freud's new science, psychoanalysis. At first, the group met in Freud's apartment to hear him lecture and discuss his theories. As Freud's reputation grew, so did his circle of supporters. And in time, psychoanalytic societies sprang up in Vienna, Zurich, and New York. Over the next 20 years, Freud published more than a dozen books and wrote volumes of letters, papers, and articles.
Devils.
Though he did revise his theory that all hysteria was caused by sexual abuse, Freud continued to provoke the mainstream. He developed new theories on everything from the components of the mind to childhood sexuality.
Well, let's not skip by that. At some point, he came to terms with the truth. Hold on.
Were frightening to a great many people. They certainly challenged the establishment. I think it would be an exaggeration to say that people thought he was insane, although I'm sure there were some who did.
Dogged by resistance to change, Freud faced an uphill battle.
There followed a period of absolute helplessness. At that time, I would gladly have dropped the whole thing. Perhaps I persevered only because I had no longer any choice of beginning something else.
But Freud had confidence in his work, and he remained committed to his theories. In the early 1900s, a small number of like-minded men became interested in Freud's new
Like-minded
science,
devils.
psychoanalysis. At first, the group met in Freud's apartment to hear him lecture and discuss his theories. As Freud's reputation grew, so did his circle of supporters. And in time, psychoanalytic societies sprang up in Vienna, Zurich, and New York. Over the next 20 years, Freud published more than a dozen books and wrote volumes of letters, papers, and articles.
Blame it on the babies.
Though he did revise his theory that all hysteria was caused by sexual abuse, Freud continued to provoke the mainstream. He developed new theories on everything from the components of the mind to childhood sexuality. Soon, terms like ego, superego, the id, and the Freudian slip all became household words. But just as Freud's ideas began to take hold, Freud became ill. In 1923, as a result of a lifelong addiction to cigars, Freud was diagnosed with mouth cancer. He battled the disease for the next 16 years and endured dozens of painful operations in the process. Over time, both his speech and hearing became permanently affected.
He had a whole side of his face, his jaw replaced with a prosthesis. Painful to wear, painful to take out.
He has spewed all them lies.
Just a horrible illness.
In the midst of Freud's battle with cancer, an even greater battle was spreading throughout Europe. In the 1930s, the Nazis began their rise to power, and in 1938, Sigmund Freud looked on with horror as the Germans occupied Austria. The Nazis condemned Freud's psychoanalytic theories as Jewish pornography. They burned his books.
What progress we are making. In the Middle Ages, they would have burnt me. Nowadays, they are content with burning my books.
Fearing for his safety, Freud's friends and supporters, both in the United States and England,
Well, you see
began urging him to flee Vienna.
where they tried to
but Freud
manipulate
was
the
reluctant
name.
to leave.
This is where he had grown
God
up. This
struck
is
his
where he had
mouth.
his education. This was where he had so many attachments. It was really a part of his identity and part of his life.
See, he would have had to have
Until
been.
the Gestapo arrested his daughter Anna for questioning that Freud realized that he and his family could no longer safely remain in Austria. And in June of 1938, Freud left Vienna for London.
He had been touched.
Freud spent the last year of his life very ill, but surrounded by friends, family, and supporters. He died in exile in 1939. More than 60 years after his death, the pioneering work of Sigmund Freud is being carried on by thousands of psychoanalysts around the world. And what began as an effort to treat the mentally ill is today helping people from all walks of life.
Nobody better not ever tell me something has happened because
some of the Freudian thought and theory and how things have shifted.
of my
We
dreams.
are a society that talks very freely about our inner feelings, about our conflicts, about sex, sexuality. This is all part of the Freudian revolution.
See, but did they say if he was Jewish? I may have missed it. Did they say what he was? Because the Zionist people are picking up his theory with what they doing with kids. Let's see this one. I think. Okay, so this one is short. I just want to hear what's wrong about nearly everything, and then I want to hear something else, and then we can go.
I need help fixing my sink.
Okay, let me find a tutorial for you. Do you have a pipe wrench?
I had never heard nothing about
Maybe I
this
should
man.
schedule a plumber on Thumbtack.
Good call. You the man.
Welcome. The time has come. Let's talk about Sigmund Freud.
Part of them what? He was part of them. Okay.
When you think of psychology, you probably think of him. He's the butt of many jokes and puns. Hardly a day goes by without mentioning his research.
I ain't never heard nothing about this
mommy and
man.
daddy issues, defense mechanisms, repression, Freudian slips, the Oedipus complex, denial, libido, displacement, phallic symbols. This is why we need to talk about Freud. He's one of the most recognized names in Western history. His influence is undeniable. So let's discuss. Freud was born to Jewish parents in the town of Freiburg in the Austrian Empire. He studied at the University of Vienna, where he qualified as a doctor. Specifically, he became a neurologist, a doctor that specializes in disorders of the nervous system.
Oh, he was a
opened
spy.
his practice
Okay.
in Vienna in 1886.
So they
In his
found
early
somebody to
practice, he noticed that many
justify
of his patients had symptoms
their
that
sickness.
didn't appear to have any physical cause, like paralysis without any nerve damage,
Got it.
or depression, anxiety. Over time, he developed theories of where these disorders came from and methods of treating him. This method was called psychoanalysis. Psychoanalysis focused on the unconscious. He believed that we all have a large portion of our mental experience that is inaccessible to us. Many thoughts, memories, and desires, especially those that are traumatic
Mhm.
or socially unacceptable,
Yeah, but guess what?
were pushed down
People-
to the unconscious.
Yeah,
This
but
was
they
called
react
repression. He
consciously.
believed this was our mind's way of defending itself.
That depression
against
comes
trauma
out
and
and it
conflict.
has an
The goal
attitude.
of psychoanalysis
It has
was
a
to get to
demeanor.
the root of the conflict
Yeah.
or trauma and treat it from there.
I heard of
Here's
him,
his
but I did
framework
not
for
know.
that. Freud believed we are all driven by pleasure. We move
And his
towards
involvement
it
in this
and
type of
avoid
thing.
unpleasant experiences.
Okay.
But many of these desires are inappropriate in a moral society, like having sexual feeling towards your parents or being lazy and not working. Instead of giving into these desires, we should follow the reality principle and follow the moral values of society. Which goes against our innate desires. He described this using the id, ego, and superego. The unconscious desires are the id. The superego adheres to the morals and values of society, and its function is to control
So
the id.
somebody
The
having
ego is stuck mediating
desires
between
for
the
their
two. His
parents.
practice included free
This all
association,
new to
in which
me.
he encouraged patients to talk freely without inhibition or censorship, whatever thoughts or ideas came to their head. He also analyzed his patients' dreams and placed importance on slips of the tongue, which he called parapraxes, but we now call Freudian slips. All of these methods supposedly revealed repressed unconscious conflicts that could then be resolved.
You're
Freud
welcome,
coined
Janet.
5 steps of development, which coincided to navigating a series of conflicts during childhood, which shaped the conflicts that you will face in adulthood. This includes the very controversial Oedipus complex, in which kids sexually desire their mothers and grow to hate their
and
fathers.
I ain't selfish.
I don't know about that one. Freud continued his practice for decades. In 1938, he fled Austria to escape the Nazis during World War II.
Okay, so she just repeated what we already know.
A year later. So that's Freud, his life and practice. But where do his theories stand today? Needless to say, Freudian psychoanalysis did not age well. After his death in World War II, psychoanalysis largely fell out of practice in Europe, but it did gain its footing in the United Kingdom and the United States. Specifically in post-World War II America, Freudians dominated psychology for decades to come. They were university chairs, they wrote the medical school curriculum, and wrote the first 2 editions of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, the DSM, which is the standard for diagnosing and treating patients. So many of his theories and treatments were still in use in the 1970s. But here's the thing, Freud was wrong about nearly everything. There's no proof of the id, ego, or superego. Nothing to support his 5 stages of development. No evidence that everyone is driven by the Oedipus complex. His theories on gender and sexuality were sexist, homophobic, and outdated even for his time. For example, he believed that being gay was the result of not resolving the Oedipus complex properly during childhood.
No.
Understanding of women is hailed as being notoriously inadequate. The idea that our development and desires is mostly driven by our sexual urges is inaccurate and alarming to a modern-day audience. One critic said about Freud, arguably no other notable figure in history was so fantastically wrong about nearly everything important he had to say. Another said, there is literally nothing to be said to the advantage of the entire Freudian system.
So they just, hold on. So in order to keep this diseased mind, sexual deviance alive, they found somebody to put in place to try to valid. It still is not valid. People are, you talking about kids. No. But why do they always have to have somebody in place to justify the sickness? There is no justification of it. Some of these babies that they be fooling with be like 2. So miss me with that. But I heard something today. Let me get to it. This is crazy. You sick. You sick in the head. Bottom line, you are mentally ill. And every piece, a part of sexual whatever needs to be cut out. Yeah, it needs to be removed. Go in there and take whatever senses, whatever it's called, and remove it. Surgically remove it. Yeah, I said it. I said it. What was this? I'm finna get ready to go, y'all, but hold on, let me see this. Trying to see what I named.
Saga couldn't get any stranger. The former Miss Arizona 2012 is probably waking up to a firestorm this morning, and it's not courtesy of Candace.
Oh,
Owens.
okay, yeah.
USA's
that's that money. And missing money was going to Israel. I have to come back for that. What did Stevie Wonder say?
I've heard the person in the highest place of this nation say, there are fine people on both sides. That sounds non-committal to me. I have a great relationship with the blacks. Peaceful protesters called thugs. Immigrants called rapists. And from the very place that civilization began, Africa, I've heard this commander-in-chief call it an S-H-I-T hole. One day, you will show that you're sorry because action speaks louder than words. And the appalling silence by some is deafening. The only way any of us can show repentance is by how we live, not what we say. I've heard the person in the highest place of this nation say,
and his wife.
There are fine people on both sides. That sounds non-committal to me.
Even Stevie
I have a
Wonder
great
could see
relationship with the blacks.
he
Peaceful
full of shit.
protesters called thugs. Immigrants called rapists. And from the very place that civilization began, Africa, I've heard this commander-in-chief call it an S-H-I-T hole.
Yep.
One day, you will show that you're sorry.
Yep, you will. You will. You will. I didn't know I'd saved so much. Hold on. I want y'all to hear this man. First white man I just have heard take ownership. Hold on. I know I saved it. Where is it at? I know I did. I didn't save it.
I know I spoke about this just the other night, but I must return to it.
I want to get to what that guy said. It was almost like he was speaking the gospel. I mean, I know he wasn't, but it almost sounded like it. Lord, 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 Lord. I know I sent it over here. I know I did. Before I go. Yeah, here you go. Come on, big boy. Hold on, y'all. Give me a minute. Pump up the volume. Let's go.
Middle Passage, white people. Slavery, white people. Jim Crow, white people. Lynchings, white people. Trail of Tears, white people. Wounded Knee, white people. Asian internment camps, white people. The vast majority of gun violence, white people. You see a trend? January 6th, white people. Ahmaud Arbery, 3 white guys. George Floyd, white guys. The felon in the White House, a white man. You see a trend? But somehow, the white man has convinced stupid, uneducated, trailer park trash, 3-teeth inbreds, white supremacists, Triple K members, that the brown people picking your almonds and your walnuts and your lettuce and your avocados, somehow they're the fucking problem. They're not. We are. And until we grasp that, we can blame and sit here with all of these left bro podcasters and the Pod Save America and the Midas Touches and talk about, oh, it's the cost of eggs. It's the cost of gas. Fuck it is. No, it's not. Why haven't we had a woman president? Why did we go from a black president to the most corrupt white man in the history of our country?
Why?
Why did the majority of white people, the only demographic that didn't vote for Harris, and that same demographic didn't vote for Zohran Mamdani? Because we're the problem. Because there is a chunk of this country that is afraid that the white majority is going away. And they're going to kick and scream like little children, like Santa Claus taking away your present, because they think that their traditional family values is going away. And this country and the Republican Party has done a good job of indoctrinating a bunch of white men. And just me saying this, leave this country, lib, that's indoctrination. It's a fact. Every sentence, this is how it goes. Once upon a time, freedom, God, Jesus, freedom, freedom, Second Amendment. I went on vacation to Hawaii, freedom, Second Amendment, freedom, freedom, bald eagles, freedom, the greatest in the world. This is how their brains are working. because they don't have critical thinking. They've been indoctrinated. And for them to be woke, which means actually seeing this country for what it is, it's breaking their brains. Because they've been lied to their entire life, and their version of American exceptionalism is bullshit.
Woo!
And they know it is, and they don't want it to be. Because they want their whiteness to keep them at the top of the food chain. Have yourself a white day. Middle Passage, white people. Slavery, white people. Jim Crow, white people. Lynchings.
For the ones in the back that didn't hear.
Trail of Tears, white people. Wounded Knee, white people. Asian internment camps, white people. The vast majority of gun violence, white people. You see a trend? January 6th, white people. Ahmaud Arbery, 3 white guys. George Floyd, white guys. The felon in the White House, a white man. You see a trend? But somehow, the white man has convinced stupid, uneducated, trailer park trash, 3-teeth inbreds, white supremacists, Triple K members, that the brown people picking your almonds and your walnuts and your lettuce and your avocados, somehow they're the fucking problem. They're not. We are. And until we grasp that, we can blame and sit here with all of these left bro podcasters and the Pod Save America and the Midas Touches and talk about, oh, it's the cost of eggs. It's the cost of gas. Fuck it is. No, it's not. Why haven't we had a woman president? Why did we go from a black president to the most corrupt white man in the history of our country? Why did the majority of white people, the only demographic that didn't vote for Harris, and that same demographic didn't vote for Zohran Mamdani? Because we're the problem. Because there is a chunk of this country that is afraid that the white majority is going away. And they're going to kick and scream like little children, like Santa Claus taking away your present, because they think that their traditional family values is going away. And this country and the Republican Party has done a good job of indoctrinating a bunch of white men. And just me saying this, leave this country, Webb, that's indoctrination. It's a fact.
It's a fact.
Every sentence, this is how it goes. Once upon a time, freedom, God, Jesus, freedom, freedom, Second Amendment. I went on vacation to Hawaii, freedom, Second Amendment, freedom, freedom, bald eagles, freedom, the greatest in the world. This is how their brains are working. Because they don't have critical thinking. They've been indoctrinated. And for them to be woke,
why they regretting Obama? Obama showed them how it can be and supposed to be.
Because they've been lied to their entire life, and their version of American exceptionalism is bullshit. And they know it is, and they don't want it to be. Because they want their whiteness to keep them
Obama represented what it's supposed to be and can be. Yeah. Without Obama, everybody would assume that you had to come with all of that rhetoric, all that baggage, all of this, all of that. No. He has shown, he has proved that you can do it. He has shown that it can be done without all of that crap that they are doing. And that I thank God for. Absolutely. He has been a awesome example. I don't care what nobody say. And when I say nobody, I mean nobody. I don't care what nobody say. If they had something to put on him, they would have did it a long time ago. But they don't have nothing. I'm shocked. Yeah. Okay, y'all, I gotta go. I think I had something else pinned. But I wanted to make sure I brought that. I pushed that all the way over to the side earlier today before I crashed out. That's why I don't understand. It's just be a lot of people who don't know what's going on, who's been brainwashed to think Obama didn't do nothing for people. Shit. Okay. Simple-minded, simple-minded self. Yeah, they missed him. Whether they want to say it or not, they missed him. Trump said that he could do a way better job than Obama. Well, we see how that went down. We see how that went down. We see how that's going. Obama didn't have to steal, kill, none of that. He didn't have to do none of that. Jewish, they are converts. Oh, hold on.
Tiger Woods built his
I promise this gonna be the last one,
thinking,
y'all.
staying ahead of the curve and away from the
I
expected.
promise. I'm gonna just hang up.
The fact is, he converted to Judaism. And then in the course of time, the nobility, his advisors, also converted to Judaism, and then his people. And by the year 900,
I recognize this. That's a black guy.
Jewish kingdom. This was a Jewish kingdom. This was a
Jewish kingdom.
Today, I'm going to talk about this coin. Quite an interesting one, this. This turned up in a Viking hoard in Sweden, but kind of strange writing. Looks Arabic, doesn't it? It looks actually quite a lot like a dirham, and that looks a lot like the Shahada. Quite an interesting one, this. This turned up in a Viking hoard in Sweden, but kind of strange writing. Looks Arabic, doesn't it? It looks actually quite a lot like a dirham, and that looks a lot like the Shahada. You'd expect it to say, Muhammad is the messenger of God. It doesn't. It says, Moses is the messenger of God. This is the 10th century AD. Who exactly is stamping coins with the idea that Moses is the messenger of God? Well, to answer this question, we can't really be looking at Sweden. We have to go quite some distance. If you go to the Kafkas, the mountains north of Turkey, if you go to the Crimea on the Black Sea, around this time, you have a very unusual state that's called the Khazar Khanate. And yes, that is the word Khan. You may recognize it from Genghis Khan. Khan is essentially a term that you find applied to the leaders of steppe nomads of horsemen. These guys who arrive from Central Asian steppes proceed to knock over whatever power structures are there and start building their own state.
Oh, Lord.
And that's actually kind of what the Khazars are trying to do
Some
around
more
this time
thieves.
frame. They're trying to build their own state. How do you do that? When you're starting from scratch, it's really quite a challenge to build a state. But you know what's really helpful? A worldview that says you are in charge because the Lord Almighty says so. It's actually quite useful. You see this in Western Europe. You see the conversions of the Saxons. You see the conversions of the Pomeranians, of the Poles. And the first thing that these groups do when they go Catholic is they write to the Pope and they say, send me a crown. I'm not joking. That's literally the words of the King of Hungary, the first King of Hungary. The Pope gave him a crown. In the East, you've got various groups converting to Islam. In the middle, you've got groups like the various Russian principalities adopting orthodoxy. Why are they doing this? It's about control. It's about power. You know, gods are one thing, but if you want to be in charge, there are two ways you can do it. You can say, I am the biggest, toughest guy, I will punch you in the face, and you can be in charge. Or you can say, man upstairs says I'm in charge,
Okay.
and you're in charge. Obviously, I oversimplify, but one of the things that the organized Abrahamic religions do really well is create a formalized power structure. There are layers. There is a guy at the top, and he has a divine right to be there. So you see...
So manipulation.
Says I'm in charge, and you're in charge. Obviously, I oversimplify, but one of the things that the organized Abrahamic religions do really well is create a formalized power structure. There are layers. There is a guy at the top, and he has a divine right to be there. So you see, basically people adopting it as a political. Man upstairs says I'm in charge, and you're in charge. Obviously, I oversimplify, but One of the things that the organized Abrahamic religions do really well is create a formalized power structure. There are layers. There is a guy at the top, and he has a divine right to be there. So you see, basically people adopting it as a political act. It's something you do to make your power more solid.
Mm-hmm.
And the Khazar Khanate is really no exception. Around this time, they're being actively proselytized by a number of groups. In Cordoba, in the Caliphate in Spain, there is a man called Hasdai ibn Shaprut. He's the foreign secretary to the Caliph. He himself is Jewish. This comes from that time frame where Islamic leaders habitually employed Jewish advisors. And he starts hearing really strange rumors. He'd heard that they were Jewish, which struck him as bizarre. Fantastic, if possible, but bizarre. And Jewish thought theology around this time is being built on the fact that the Jews are a stateless people. But suddenly, there's a state. What's this about? He gets very curious, and of course he's got some contacts, being the foreign secretary of a major world power. So he gets some letters sent out. Now, sending letters this sort of distance around this time, that's not an easy job. But after a couple of attempts, several months of travel time,
every Monday and Tuesday, the NBA is on NBC and Peacock. Mondays,
he actually gets a reply. Now, the reply is written by a man who calls himself Khan Joseph. So you can see where this is going already. Khan Joseph is pleased to confirm that he is in fact Jewish, that the Khazar Khanate is in fact Jewish, and that it has been for some time. He's got a very interesting explanation for why this has come to be. So the Khazar Khanate finds itself presented with several options. You find Byzantine emissaries requesting that they convert to Orthodoxy, and at the same time they're receiving emissaries from the Caliphate requesting that they convert to Islam. Joseph has a very specific anecdote. He talks about one of his predecessors, a Khan called Bulan, and Bulan is presented with this choice. He first asks the Islamic emissaries, if I were to be
Good night.
Christian or a Jew, which would you prefer? They all answered,
Oh, you said Janet.
prefer
Good
that you were
night.
Jewish. He asked the Orthodox the same. Would you rather that I became a Muslim or became a Jew? He asked. And they answered, we would prefer that you became a Jew.
Oh,
And then Bulan put it to them that from their own mouths they had both endorsed Judaism. So he converted to Judaism. Always the same. Would you rather that I became a Muslim or became a Jew? He asked.
a Jew.
And they
Okay.
answered, we would prefer that you became a Jew. And then Bulan put it to them that from their own mouths they had both endorsed Judaism.
Oh, excuse me.
So he converted to Judaism. Very much taking the third option. So Hasdai was obviously pretty pleased with all of this news, but nothing good lasts forever. Don't forget that that coin, we found that in the Spillings hoard in Sweden. And I suppose it could have shown up there through legitimate trade.
Okay, y'all, I'm
But
finna go to sleep
Norse
too.
had
I
made
don't,
Russia
I don't
their
see the
home at this point.
relevance.
Yeah, they traded. They did a lot of that. They also did quite a lot of fighting.
What's the name of this?
Quite a lot.
Jewish
At
professor
this same
agreed
time, a number
they
of these
were
princes were
converts.
converting to
Yeah, we know they
Orthodoxy at Byzantine
converts.
urging.
Okay, I'm finna go to sleep, y'all. I'm sleepy again. Good night, good people. I'm so glad we had this time together just to sit around and learn some truths. Same time, well, not same time, but I'll see y'all tomorrow. Mwah, 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 mwah. Good night. If you did not tap coming in, please do so going out. I'm gonna make a song. If you didn't tap coming in, make sure you tap going out. Hit the like button, like, share, subscribe, join the membership. Spread the word by sharing it, allowing someone else to learn truths that we didn't know, or it fills in blanks for better understanding. Good night, Jimmy. Good night, Dorothy. Good night, everybody.